Good morning. I am Councilmember Donovan Richards from the 31st District in Queens, and I am the chair of the Public Safety Committee. We are joined by the Committee on the Justice System, and a little later on we will also be joined by the Committee on Consumer Affairs and Committee on Civil and Human Rights. I'd also like to say we've been joined by Council Members Vallone and Koo, and we'll hear from Chair Landsman shortly. I am optimistic that we appear to finally be on the verge of seeing some action at the state level to end one of the most costly, misguided, harmful policies in our history. To be sure, other laws have had negative consequences, but I'd be hard-pressed to come up with one that also had so few reasons for being on the books in the first place. Despite countless studies showing legitimate medical uses and so few showing harms for adult use that even remotely compare with legal products such as alcohol and tobacco, marijuana prohibition has been used to justify countless violations of the Fourth Amendment rights of Black and brown New Yorkers, put far too many young people of color in the hands of law enforcement, and has allowed far too many of their hands into our pockets. I'm encouraged to see a district attorney here with us today who I believe will tell me that he fully supports legalization. A couple of days ago, I was sitting next door thanking the NYPD for attending and criticizing district attorneys for not being here to answer questions about their policies around orders of protection. So let me be consistent. I am profoundly disappointed that the NYPD is not coming here today. I understand they have been on the front lines enforcing a legal regime that has been very unpopular over the last few years, and that causes some difficulty for them. But so has District Attorney Vance, and he is here to talk about how he will move forward. I believe the NYPD has an obligation to address how we move on from a policy that has caused so much pain and so much tension between the department and the minority communities where their presence is most deeply felt. We have questions about what the NYPD's role will be in a post-legalization world that only they can answer. We also have questions about how the department plans to eliminate the racial disparities that have persisted even after they stopped arresting most of the people they encountered smoking in public. That's why I've signed on to a resolution that asks for local control over any public consumption ban, because any ban and any penalty, even a sensible one intended to keep marijuana smoke away from children, can be applied unfairly. Marijuana criminalization has taught us that we as a city suffer when state laws prevent us from enacting policy changes that our own police force must follow. If we want the NYPD to stop engaging in enforcement practices that target communities of color, we need the legal authority to stop them. Given the fact that they didn't want to show up today, I'm concerned about their willingness to do it on their own. All that being said, I expect that today will show that the council and the mayor's office are united in our goal to make sure New York City has a hand in regulating a legal marijuana industry and figuring out who should stand to benefit from legal cannabis. Legalization at the state level and automatic expungement of criminal records are just the beginning. We also need equity legislation that replace arrests with economic opportunity in the neighborhoods where the war on drugs has had the most negative impact. We need licensing authority to determine where businesses should and should not be, and to provide places for people to use recreationally without intruding on others. The council's proposed legislation, in conjunction with the mayoral task force recommendations, send a clear message to Albany that the council and city agencies are in the best position to decide how and where marijuana can be used, sold, consumed, grown, delivered, and advertised right here in New York City. Marijuana legalization in New York State is long overdue. but we're only going to get one shot at righting the wrongs of the past, and that is why this conversation today is so important to so many New Yorkers who have been unjustly impacted by the war on drugs. With that said, I will turn it over to my co-chair, Rory Lantzman, for a statement.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Councilman Rory Lantzman, Chair of the Committee on the Justice System. Thank you to Councilmember Donovan Richards for leading this hearing about the future of marijuana in New York City in light of potential state legislation. Exactly 1 year and 1 day ago, on February 26th, 2018, Councilmember Richards and I held a different joint hearing on the city's marijuana enforcement policies. A lot has changed in a year. The city has adopted new guidelines which have dramatically reduced the number of arrests for low-level marijuana. Different district attorneys have implemented policies to decline to prosecute many cases, and the state legislature has started to move inexorably towards legalization in some form or another. But as we anticipate the very real possibility of marijuana legalization by the end of the state's legislative session, we must also recognize that we don't need to wait for Albany in order to fundamentally change the way we treat recreational marijuana in this city. From summonses to arrests to old convictions, our district attorneys and our police department have the capability right now to remake our criminal justice system, where marijuana and many other offenses are concerned. It is long past time for actions to reflect the pretty words we hear about building community trust and reducing racial disparities. Where marijuana is concerned, people of color are still overwhelmingly more likely to face arrest, receive a criminal summons, or have a past conviction. We have the data. In the last 3 months of 2018, 91% of those arrested and 88% of those summoned for low-level marijuana possession were Black or Hispanic. The reforms enacted in the last year have major caveats, primarily their exclusion of those with prior criminal justice involvement from presumptions against arrest. Those on parole or probation, with an open misdemeanor or felony warrant, or with an unsealed arrest in the last 3 years for certain offenses are among those still carved out. And individuals still face charges for possession or use of THC oil, a seeming loophole in efforts to reduce marijuana enforcement, but one that should be easily closed. We don't need a new law to just stop targeting communities of color, to stop using loopholes and manufactured carve-outs to treat some more harshly than others, to stop arresting, to stop prosecuting. New laws would help, but all we need is the political will to stop. The same is true of taking real action to address the prior harms of the criminal justice system. Dismissing old and outstanding marijuana warrants, as some DAs have done, is a good place to start, as is working with defendants and advocates to vacate old marijuana convictions within the bounds of what the law currently allows. Simply put, we must stop basing current law enforcement decision-making on old ideas about criminal justice. I look forward to hearing this morning from the District Attorney from Manhattan and the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, and later from legal services providers and advocates about how New York City can change our criminal justice system now to show how ready we are for legalization. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. And we've been joined by Councilmember Cabrera as well. All righty, we'll go to our District Attorney for a statement.
Chairman Lantzman and other members of the City Council, I'm very grateful that you've given me the opportunity to speak with you today about our office's handling and decisions to decline to prosecute most marijuana cases, to vacate bench warrants for marijuana cases, to dismiss open marijuana cases, and to explain to the Council the detailed public safety study we recently concluded in anticipation of impending state legalizing marijuana. The dual mission of our office, the Manhattan DA's office, is to achieve a safer New York and a more equal justice system. It is my view that the prosecution of predominantly Black and brown New Yorkers for smoking marijuana serves neither goal. In 2017, for every 3 black New Yorkers arrested in marijuana for possession of marijuana, 1 white person was arrested. And the New York Times issued a study not that long ago that over a 3-year period in Manhattan, for every 15 individuals of color who were arrested for possession of marijuana, 1 white person was arrested. Nothing about those enforcement actions made our city or this county safer. In fact, it is my view that those actions, arrests, and prosecutions ultimately have eroded public trust in law enforcement and frustrated, therefore, our core mission. For that reason, on August 1 of last year, our office stopped prosecuting nearly all marijuana smoking and possession cases in Manhattan. My office declines to prosecute marijuana possession and smoking cases under Penal Law Section 221.10, a Class B violation, or the misdemeanor. What does this mean at the end of the day? It means our office is essentially out of the business of marijuana prosecutions. Between January 1st and February 26th of last year, we prosecuted 603 marijuana cases. Fast forward to this year, in that same time period, we have prosecuted just 13 cases to date, meaning marijuana prosecutions have dropped by approximately 98% over this same time period. And quarterly statistics can be found, council members, on our office's manhattanda.org website under the Reports tab. Now, much has been written about the demographics of the arrestees, and clearly that was on the mind of both chairmen as they spoke today. But that's just part of what I'd like to focus on today. I want to talk about also whether these are people who materially affect public safety in New York City. In 2017, we prosecuted a total of 5,453 marijuana cases. That was 2017. Of those 453 cases, 315 people, less than 6%, had a violent conviction at any point in their lives, and 55 of them, 1%, had a violent conviction within the past years. So my point is, council members, is this is not a particularly violent cohort of individuals. They aren't individuals whom we understand to be driving crime in Manhattan. Next, we wanted to know, for those 5,423 cases arrested in 2017, what happened to them when they went through the criminal justice system. And here's what happened. When the cases came before a judge, less than 1%, 38 out of the 5,423 were sentenced by the judge to any jail. So after arrest, after fingerprinting, after court appearances, and after all the associated costs like police overtime, prosecutorial and judicial resources, after all of that, there was virtually never any punishment except the probability of a criminal record that might affect them for their life. So to review, we had nearly 5,500 people arrested whose conduct did not materially affect public safety go through the criminal justice system. For what purpose? We looked next at the consequences in a person's life of an arrest versus some other enforcement alternative outside of the justice system, like summonses. And we found that arrests were more disruptive to people's jobs. That's not a surprise to any of the council members, to schooling and families than summonses. And that once you disrupt those essential elements of our lives, you actually end up with someone more likely to commit crimes that do actually affect public safety. Because now perhaps they've lost their job, their opportunity to go to school, or association with their families. And in addition, these arrests carry collateral consequences relating to housing and even deportation. Now, I will say we did not make the decision to eliminate prosecuting most marijuana cases casually or overnight. And I want to also acknowledge that I've been district attorney for 8 years and 9 years, and it wasn't until my 8th year that I came to this position. When I became DA in 2010, I asked the Vera Institute of Justice to come in and do essentially a racial disparity analysis of our office. I needed to know, particularly at the time of stop and frisk, what were the data in our office vis-a-vis similarly situated individuals charged with crimes. And the Vera report, which took 2 years to undertake and looked at hundreds of thousands of cases, they really came in and were like a family member living in our office, indicated that there were issues around charging decisions and bail decisions where there was racial disparity. That was important for us to know so that we could address it. But the most important statistic that came out of the VEER report that resulted ultimately in our decision around marijuana prosecutions and others is that we were prosecuting literally all of the cases that the police department brought to us. We were dismissing cases perhaps when they came into the office, but we were bringing people into the justice system and then taking them out of the justice system once the case had been charged and filed, but if it should be dismissed. And I think I came to realize over time that that was not the smartest way to proceed. It wasn't the fairest way to proceed. And it was for that reason, among others, that we radically changed our approach to marijuana. But as I said, we didn't make the decision to cease prosecuting most marijuana cases casually overnight. It was a major policy decision for a prosecutor's office in a major urban area with potentially sweeping implications for public safety. So for that reason, council members, before we changed our policy, before we issued our policy in August of last year, we conducted a national review over the course of 6 months, meeting with and studying jurisdictions where marijuana is no longer criminally prosecuted. We spoke with law enforcement officials, other experts such as licensing and regulators in 7 different locations: California, Colorado, Massachusetts, Nevada, Oregon, Washington, D.C., and Washington State. And as a result of that, we put out a comprehensive and what I believe is a thoughtful report, which we've given to the council today, and which we have copies, I believe, for the public who are interested, and it is on our manhattanDA.org website entitled Marijuana Fairness and Public Safety. And I hope it will be useful to this council and others, perhaps in the state government and who are interested in this subject, to serve as perhaps a roadmap for what New York lawmakers should be looking at as they determine how to safely legalize marijuana. Now, I think it's obvious to everyone that marijuana consumption is on the rise in New York. But I want to be clear, because I think this is very important. A deregulated black market makes current usage unsafe. The average consumer who purchases marijuana in New York doesn't know what he or she is actually buying, what it could be laced with, or how potent it is. And we are mindful of the effect that substance use has on individuals and their communities, which is why we created the Manhattan Hope Program in 2018, which is a pre-arraignment drug diversion program modeled after Staten Island's pioneering Hope Program for a great number of substances other than opioids. It takes a harm reduction approach to substance usage in keeping with emerging best practices in that area. On top of valid concerns about drug quality and toxicity in marijuana, black markets of all kinds obviously breed trafficking in drugs, trafficking in weapons, and the black market is also untaxed, meaning New York State is missing enormous tax revenues that it sorely needs and are estimated to exceed $300 million annually. Now, many different ideas have been floated on how this money could be best put to use, and there are many worthy funding priorities for this council and our state legislators to consider. According to the Gallup poll from October, 2 in 3 Americans now support legalizing marijuana. A Quinnipiac University poll from last May found that 2 in 3 New Yorkers support legalization. With so many states showing us that legalization can be achieved safely, I have recommended that the New York State legislature and the governor proceed thoughtfully, as Governor Cuomo has proposed, in legalizing marijuana. And what does proceeding thoughtfully mean? I think it means thinking clearly and with enough advance time to make sure the legislative language is clear and correct. Issues like marijuana and public health, marijuana impaired driving, marijuana product packaging and labeling, in particular to discourage juvenile use, the lingering black market following marijuana legalization, and others. Now, while no 2 cities are alike, and indeed Manhattan is on its own, it's in its own scale in the density, verticality, and daytime population that we have in Manhattan, there are a lot of valuable lessons, I believe, that our office learned in conducting this national studies relating to regulation and licensing. Now, our goal in those in-depth interviews was to get a clear picture of how crime in particular has been affected by the result of legalization. In fact, while researching the report, a local representative from Colorado said to us, in essence, learn from our mistakes. Here's your chance to get it right. There are things that we would have done differently at the outset if we could do it all over again. Our research found virtually no public safety rationale for the criminal prosecution of pot smoking, marijuana smoking, and certainly no justification for the racial disparities underlying enforcement. And the collateral consequences of a marijuana prosecution, it can ruin your job, your housing, your college applications, or even get you deported. Those consequences are simply not proportional to the offense, especially when police officers could just as easily give someone a ticket instead, as they usually do for drinking in public. And this is especially important at a time in U.S. history when convictions for low-level crimes carry the threat of deportation. So mindful of all these consequences, and with the benefit of the study behind us, in September, in addition to our marijuana prosecution policy change from August, our office moved to dismiss and seal virtually every open marijuana case we had, more than 3,000, dating back to 1978. And of those 3,000 cases that were dismissed, the defendants broke down demographically as 79% were New Yorkers of color, and 46% were 25 years of age or younger at the time of their arrest. Joined by our colleagues at the New York County Defender Services and the Neighborhood Defender Services of Harlem, this mass dismissal, we believed, and they believed, and the judge who approved it believed, helped prevent unnecessary future interactions with the criminal justice system for thousands of New Yorkers who had outstanding warrants for marijuana cases that they had not come to court to complete, and helped to remove collateral consequences and empowering those individuals to participate more fully in civic life in New York. Since our announcement last summer, several jurisdictions in New York and in other states have adopted aspects of our initiative demonstrating that prosecutors can safely exercise their discretion and eliminate the needless collateral consequences associated with the criminalization of marijuana. But this shouldn't be up to the district attorneys alone. Of course, Chair Landsman is right. District attorneys have power to do things, and they should exercise those powers. But really, to have change, the DAs can't change this. Only our legislature can do that for all 62 counties in New York. So looking ahead, I fully support expunging past marijuana convictions, and we are collaborating with public defender organizations right now on a project that would result in the automatic sealing of prior marijuana convictions. We expect to announce it in the upcoming weeks. It's the smartest and easiest way to expunge marijuana convictions. However, that needs ultimately to be a permanent legislative fix, which is why I support statutory changes to achieve that as well. So, council members, I thank you for the opportunity to give me to offer my perspective on the topic today. It is my view that marijuana legalization, as it has been done elsewhere, can be done safely, and I believe it will bring us one step closer to right-sizing the criminal justice system, which is sorely in need of right-sizing at this point in time. Thank you for your attention and also for your continued support of our office.
Thank you, District Attorney Vance, and thank you for being ahead of the curve on this. Just a few questions, and I'm going to turn it over to Chair Landsman. So just want to get you back on the record. So you do support full legalization? I
do.
Okay, awesome. Just go back through, so you talked about violent crime and the correlation between marijuana possession and that. Just go back through that a little bit more.
Well, what I was saying, I said two things, Chair Richards. Number one, that the individuals who were arrested for marijuana in 2017, when we looked at their prior criminal records, it was a very small fraction that had a violent history. 55 out of that 5,453 arrests in 2017, 1% had a violent conviction within the last 5 years. So my point is the individuals who were smoking marijuana and arrested are not what I would consider the group that's driving crime in Manhattan. Secondly, when we spoke with law enforcement and regulators from around the country, while there were concerns about the uptick in crime potentially when marijuana was legalized, ultimately no state, no representative told us that one can definitively link legalizing marijuana to an increase in crime. In some states, like Colorado, they believe it's too early to answer that question, but nonetheless, after several years after legalization, they are not prepared to say that increased crime will follow as a result of legalization. There are going to be issues that we're going to have to deal with. It's going to be a cash business, particularly when it starts, and so there's going to have to be security that goes along with having a business that deals in lots of cash. But that is something that I think the NYPD and the business owners can deal with ahead of time through, through legislative requirements, and I think really eliminate the concern about robberies of stores who are selling marijuana.
And you spoke of 5,000 cases in your county. I'm assuming, in your opinion, if we looked at numbers from around all the counties, is it your opinion that we would find it very similar cases where a lot of these individuals are first-time offenders? What percentage were first-time offenders? I'm interested in knowing.
I don't have the number of what percentage.
But were you seeing cases of individuals who?
Sure, we were seeing cases, and I do. In fairness, I think that the police officers were using discretion, which they have, and I have encouraged them to use more discretion. But there are definitely individuals who came through the system. Perhaps they didn't have an identification on them, and without an identification, the police policy resulted in an arrest. There were individuals who were first-timers in the system, and I'm confident that's the same in other counties, although I don't know for a fact.
And just go through again, so you spoke of the effects of these arrests on individuals. Just run me back through that again. So NYPD arrests someone for this, and then they come through the system, and you pointed to how destructive.
Our observation, my observation, and obviously I sit in a position where I can't experience the trauma, the difficulties that individuals themselves experience when they have a criminal conviction. But simply from observing what we see and what I hear from communities, clearly arrests become an issue for people's employment, for schooling, disrupting families. There are immigration consequences that come along with possession of narcotics, which can lead to deportation. Marijuana, in one sense, is viewed as a minor crime, but not that said, America is not particularly forgiving when it comes to people who have criminal convictions of any kind. It is why, in this period right now, prior to legalization, we have a policy that we are not charging people with marijuana possession unless we view that they were selling it. And somehow the buyers got away, and all we were left with was someone who had 35 plastic bags of marijuana, clearly selling it, but we couldn't make the case of sale because we couldn't find the buyer. So we really have radically reduced, as I indicate, the number of people who are coming into our system. And by the way, and again, I must credit law enforcement and the NYPD. I think the city continues to get safer, notwithstanding the fact that we are being more and more thoughtful and more restrictive of who we're bringing in to the justice system in so-called quality of life offenses. In our office alone, in 2012, we had 86,000 misdemeanors and violations processed in our office that we took. Last year, we had 45,000. So we have cut by half the number of low-level offenses that our office has agreed to take in. In that same time period, crime continues to go down. So for those who are very concerned about broken windows policy and policing, I believe that actually the statistics bear out that intelligent use of diversion, alternatives to prosecution, summonses instead of arrests in the right cases, providing, as we try to with our forfeiture dollars, intense support for communities, which in families in need and criminally justice-involved kids, that crime can continue to decline as we have a smaller and smaller footprint. We shouldn't be spending one more dollar on criminal justice than is necessary to achieve a better public safety outcome.
And just go through the impacts on the court and bail system.
Well, as I said, I think 1% or 3% of the cases that actually came into our office and went before a judge were cases where any jail time was imposed. But it is time for a police officer who has to take off from his or her patrol to process the case. One has to go through fingerprinting with the police officer, taking the individual down to court appearances, and all the associated costs, like police overtime, our lawyers' time, the judge's time, the court officer's time. There is a huge amount of money, and it's the same issue that we're facing with fare evasion, and my personal opinions about why fare evasion should be decriminalized is because we are spending a huge amount of money prosecuting. We were spending a huge amount of money prosecuting cases where the prosecution was not proportionate to the offense. In theft of services, we'll spend $2,200 roughly to prosecute a $2.75 theft. Again, where most of the individuals are men and women of color. That just doesn't, it's not fair, and it doesn't make sense. And with marijuana, we have a lot of costs associated with staffing a case where those dollars, frankly, would be much better spent in community support rather than prosecution.
So you would agree, and I think I'm in agreement with you, that this is a total waste of time and resources.
Well, I think except in very rare cases, it is a total waste of time.
You spoke of sealing records, and I'm assuming you support expungement of all records. Okay. And you spoke of 3,000 cases dating back to 1978 that you sealed. How many do you have can you gauge, is there a larger universe of individuals we didn't reach?
Those were cases, Chairman, that were where individuals had been charged with marijuana possession, where they did not appear in court for whatever reason, and there was a warrant issued going back to 1978. So we had the power of district attorneys, it's an open case, to essentially put those cases back on the calendar with the judge and the defenders there representing this large group, to put those cases back on the calendar, to dismiss the warrants, and then to vacate the warrants and then dismiss those cases. That's our power when it becomes to, with open cases. With cases where there has been a plea and the case is now closed, we need to find the legal vehicle to vacate those convictions. And our power as district attorneys is not the same in those cases as it is when there's an open case, which we still ostensibly have control.
So if you have already pled guilty, there's no way to...
Well, it comes, now it's more complicated to unwind that. But as I indicated, Nitin Savor is here with me today, and I think he's known to many of the council members. We are very actively working with the court system and with the defender services to try to have a legal vehicle where we can identify prior convictions of marijuana cases that are over 10 years old, and to seek a way to dismiss those cases that are closed. And I think that number will also be large.
And that would require state legislation?
That doesn't require state legislation. Expungement, I believe, may require state legislation.
You said you spoke to other jurisdictions, so California, Colorado, Massachusetts, and other jurisdictions. Yeah. Can you just speak to what are some things that New York State should focus on? And I think you alluded to getting things right the first time.
In our report, which I do recommend, I think it's actually pretty easy reading. Here are some examples. And what's interesting is most states out in the West enact laws not like we do. They enact laws through public referenda. And when you enact a law through a public referendum, and I practiced in Washington State for 16 years, the law may be great, but it's essentially created by the people, and the language of it is whatever the people decided the referendum should be. So sometimes you're doing the right thing, but you're creating a lot of complications for yourself by not having legislators go through and carefully craft legislation to address problems. Case in point, Colorado. These numbers are slightly off. There are 215 Starbucks in Denver, and there are 550 licensed marijuana dealers. So that's someone should have thought more carefully about how many licenses do you want to issue in a given geographic area, because when you have more marijuana sellers than Starbucks shops, that's going to affect the profitability of those marijuana stores, and therefore the success, and also may, as a result of affecting the profitability of those stores, may increase black market sales, even though marijuana is legal in California. I referenced the issue of security around cash. San Francisco, I spoke with the police chief in San Francisco, and they believed that was an issue, but it was a short-time issue once they understood that they needed to immediately address with licensed dealers the issues of security. And finally, there is going to be a challenge in the science in the science around driving while impaired with marijuana. And in Colorado, for example, it's, as in most cases, it's not just driving with marijuana, it's poly-use of drugs and then a car accident. Marijuana mixed with whether alcohol or cocaine. But currently there isn't a test that can indicate whether you are in fact intoxicated or how intoxicated you are, depending upon the amount of THC that is in your blood. Not so. We do have that for liquor. We can indicate that someone my size, my weight, if I have more than 0.08 or 0.09% blood alcohol content, I'm intoxicated. We don't yet have that kind of test that works for marijuana. Several states, Washington State and others, have a presumptive default if you have, well, pick a number, and I can't remember the number, more percent of THC in your blood alcohol in your blood, then you are presumed to be intoxicated by marijuana. But there is still no test today that really is as accurate as the blood alcohol content, and that's something that, right now today, I think the law enforcement and the state patrol should be taking a very careful look at what kinds of accidents they're seeing and trying to identify marijuana, driving under the influence of marijuana, poly-use, and to get some data so that the governor and the legislature understands how much of a problem this actually is today in New York State, so that the legislators can figure out how to craft the law going forward. Those are 3 examples.
And speaking with those jurisdictions, did they speak of major concerns? Did they see a big spike all of a sudden and people just high? And because I think that's something the police commissioner has alluded to several times. So did those states all of a sudden have
I'm sure that
spike from one car accident at an intersection to 200?
The only example that jumped out at me, and it's directly referenced to our point, is that Colorado did find an increase in crime in the year succeeding the marijuana legislation. But we spoke with the U.S. attorney, we spoke with the prosecutor and other regulators there. They cannot correlate. They simply can't say, yes, this is because of marijuana. So.
Now, these were violent crimes, or
not to, no,
or you
no,
couldn't even speak to it.
No.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. There's no indication that
Right.
that passing legalization of marijuana, to my knowledge, resulted in an increase statistically in violent crime.
All right, last question, 2 questions, and then I'm going to turn over to Chair Landsman. So you spoke about the tax revenue that is projected for New York State, and I know the governor and mayor have alluded to using some of that money towards the MTA. Do you recommend any other uses of the specific tax revenue that is coming down? Or would you agree that that money should be utilized towards communities that have been impacted the most?
Ultimately, that's a decision for others how they use their dollars. I know our forfeiture dollars in our office, which are Knox tax dollars, but we're privileged to steward. We are investing $250 million of those dollars into crime prevention strategies in Manhattan. So from our office's perspective, it is critically important to prevent crime as opposed to simply prosecute it, and that has been a guiding North Star for us in our handling of forfeiture dollars. The state is a big, complicated entity. There are many worthy goals that could be supported with additional funding from taxes for marijuana. Some of those are in the city of New York, and some of those are not in the city of New York. But I'm not sure I'm the one who can say what's the best use for those monies, but I can tell you for our monies, we're investing them in crime fighting and crime prevention strategies in New York.
Is there anyone, as we speak during this moment, languishing on Rikers Island over low-level marijuana offenses? I
cannot answer that definitively one way or the other, but I believe in Manhattan, there should be none.
Okay. And my last question is, should the NYPD be arresting individuals for marijuana with the impending state legislature moving towards legalization?
We, in our policy change in August of 2008, we had the decision, our policy was we would not prosecute individuals for possession of marijuana unless two things. They were selling it, and we couldn't find the buyer, or two, there was some public safety imperative. For example, this person is identified as someone who committed a violent robbery, and there may be some reason to hold, to have the marijuana charge stay on that case. So those are the two exceptions. The NYPD exceptions that are broader. There are arrests for people who are on probation or who have prior criminal records. So they cast a more wide net than we did in our office, and it was our position that because we saw that the actual folks who were arrested for marijuana were very infrequently folks with violent records, we felt that this was a case where we really should limit the instances where we use our finite prosecution dollars as an agency head toward prosecuting these cases. The PD has cast a wider net. We expressed our differences to the police department directly, and we had very candid conversations. I think our practice is working, and so I would commend it to anybody who was considering trying to find out, consider who should be arrested, who shouldn't be arrested for marijuana.
Well, I want to thank you for the work you've done and for taking a big leap forward. I know it's not easy making these decisions on most days, but I want to thank you because this really has impacted especially communities of color. I like the idea, and I like that you pointed out the importance of making sure that the permitting process benefits communities of color, especially because we know that the black market certainly could pick up even more as legalization comes online. So making sure that the state, and I think that's the reason we're having this hearing today, to really send a message to the state that, New York City needs to be in control of our destination, where we're going with this, but to ensure that those communities that, like the 105th precinct, which I represent in Queens, a black middle class stronghold, where these young people who've languished on Rikers Island or been put through a system and locked out of society's norms over low-level offenses are really the ones who benefit as this tax revenue comes in. So we look forward to continuing to work with you, and I hope other district attorneys really watch what you've done and also start to move in the same direction, and economic justice obviously being a big part of this conversation as well. So I'm going to turn over to Chair Landsman now, but I wanted to thank you for being here today.
Well, first, let me thank you and commend you for your leadership on this issue, your willingness to speak forthrightly about the issue of legalization, the data and experience that you bring to the conversation about marijuana possession and recreational use not being any indicator of violent crime. I don't think that I am mischaracterizing your testimony or your view.
Chairman, I'm sorry. If you're selling marijuana on the street illegally, there may well be violent crime associated with selling black market marijuana.
Right. So, and I appreciate that. And so, an individual using marijuana for recreational use, possessing for recreational use, personal use, smoking personally, as I understand it, you wouldn't suggest that that is a indicator of violent criminal behavior, and I may be stretching it too far because this might be overly broad, but I don't get the sense that you think that it is a gateway drug to more serious criminal activity?
I do not,
Okay.
but I think that anybody who's smoking, any parent who has a child smoking marijuana, it should be understanding what's being done and what impact it's having, just as if you have a child who's drinking.
Or smoking a cigarette.
Exactly.
Right, sure. So let's go through a couple of things. I want to start with the NYPD, the existing NYPD policy, right? I'm not in the assembly anymore, so I'm really focused on what it is that the council can do and what we in the city can do while the legislature sorts out how to address the issue of legalization. And I just want to make sure I understand your policy and how it differs from the NYPD policy. So the NYPD policy, which was really the result of the work that came out of this committee's hearing a year ago, exempts from the more liberal and more lenient application of marijuana laws people who had, in varying ways, have had interactions with the criminal justice system. And as we said at the time, if those are going to be the basis for the exemptions in terms of city policy, it's almost certain that the disparity, the racial disparity that exists, is going to be even more pronounced because we live in a city and a country where the criminal justice system is much more involved in the lives of black and brown people. So under the NYPD's policy, they're not going to arrest someone for public display of marijuana or under 221.10 or burning unless some disqualifying factors. So the NYPD will arrest someone if the person has been charged with a fingerprintable offense in addition to marijuana. It's a misdemeanor or felony. If the if they arrest someone and they bring them into your office and that person's charged with misdemeanor XYZ or felony XYZ and some 221.10 offense, whether it's burning or open, will you still prosecute that person for the marijuana offense?
Our policy is not to charge marijuana in those cases, but
So you'll prosecute them for the other things, but not. Okay, good. Then, another exemption is the NYPD will still arrest someone if they are smoking marijuana in public and they're on parole or probation. So if the NYPD brings you someone who's been arrested for smoking marijuana in public and they're on parole or probation, will you prosecute that person for the marijuana offense?
it is our policy not to prosecute.
Okay. NYPD will also arrest someone, instead of giving them a summons, which is the alternative, will also arrest them if they are burning marijuana and they are a violent offender, which has a particular definition under the NYPD's policy. And a violent offender is someone who's been arrested, not convicted. A person is a violent offender if they have one or more unsealed arrests for the following crimes or subsets within the last 3 years. And some of these are very serious: murder, rape and other sex offenses, kidnapping. Others are serious too: robbery, felony assault, burglary. I said burglary, I'm sorry, felony weapons and possession. So if the NYPD brings you someone who's arrested, they've arrested for smoking marijuana in public, and they have an arrest, merely an arrest, in the last 3 years for these other offenses, will you prosecute them for the marijuana offense?
It is our policy not to prosecute for the marijuana offense. And the policy is based upon the data that I provided earlier, that we actually look at those folks who historically have been prosecuted for marijuana, and they are not a group that I would say are crime drivers in Manhattan.
Good. Couple more. NYPD will arrest someone and not give them a summons if they're smoking marijuana, or openly possessing it if the person has an active misdemeanor or felony warrant?
The warrants would have to be, they'd have to go back to wherever the warrant came from, but it is not our policy to charge marijuana in those cases.
And just to make an observation, which you've said as much in your testimony, marijuana offenses can have immigration consequences that are different than other misdemeanors, and prosecuting someone for the misdemeanor of marijuana possession or burning might seem trivial or no big deal if you're also prosecuting someone for something else, but that something else may not lead to their deportation. So I appreciate that. It's we get a little trickier. The NYPD will arrest someone if they are burning marijuana while seated in the driver's seat of a vehicle. And that leads to, okay. So that leads to a question which I'd really like your input on, and I think you mentioned it. One of the things that I've heard from people who are opposed or concerned about the legalization of marijuana, and it's a legitimate concern, is will legalization lead to more smoking? I guess that it will. And will more smoking therefore lead to people who are driving while they're, I guess high is the legal term. What's Latin for high? Do you know? Okay. So, buzzed. So, how concerned are you? So now we're moving off the NYPD policy, and I appreciate your responses there. How concerned are you about the potential increase in driving while ability impaired because of marijuana use, that there is no current test, like there is, blood alcohol test, to determine whether the person is actually high on marijuana?
If I can just briefly...
However you want it. Go ahead.
With regard to our policy differences with the NYPD, as I've explained to the commissioner, whom I want to be clear, I respect enormously, I'm an agency head, just as he is, and I have to make decisions about how to use the precious time and resources of my assistant DAs and what cases I should assign them to and what's the public safety value for working on those cases. So our decision around marijuana has been through my lens of, as the agency head, is this where I want to be devoting my resources? And obviously it also it relates to the issues of fairness and racial disparity. So the NYPD policies are the NYPD policies. We came to our policies simply because we think they make the best sense and also maintain public safety. With regard to driving, I think it's a significant issue, and if you are smoking a marijuana cigarette while driving a car, you're likely to be arrested and prosecuted for driving while impaired. And just as you would be arrested and prosecuted if you had a open bottle of liquor and it was proven that you had drunk out of that bottle and you were impaired. As not as technical expert, I think this is where if we can send a spaceship to Mars, we can figure out a test that provides some reliable assessment of intoxication around marijuana. I think everybody should, whatever side of this you're on, it's important. You don't want to encourage marijuana smoking and driving. And if there is a tragic accident, that will not be in the interests of those folks who want to promote the sale of marijuana. So I think as a state, we should be devoting lots of time and lots of resources working with the other states and scientists to figure out how are we going to determine whether one is intoxicated and how intoxicated based upon the amount of THC there is in their blood.
Right, and I'm not a scientist either, and it would certainly strike me as not an insurmountable technical scientific problem to be able to develop such a test. Until that day comes, there are people who will use drugs of some kind for which there's not a test today. How comfortable are you as a district attorney with being able to use, for example, driving while ability impaired by drugs, which allows for people to be prosecuted for driving while their ability is impaired by a drug that cannot be measured, and in the same way that alcohol can, for prosecuting people who are driving while high on weed?
Well, I think I think those cases are very fact-based, and there should be a number of facts that go into a prosecutor's decision whether or not to charge someone for being impaired without being able to identify a scientific basis for it. Behavior, smell. I think.
And that's in the law now. We're not inventing anything here.
No, we're not inventing anything.
I'm sure there have been people who've been caught driving while they're high on an opioid or any of the other long list of drugs that are illegal. They're not all just walking away and driving impaired with impunity, right?
No, there are prosecutions, absolutely, in every jurisdiction for people who are impaired, and the exact nature of how much they took to be impaired is not determined.
Right. And then, separate and apart from even determining whether they were impaired, there is still the charge of reckless driving, which is also
absolutely
a misdemeanor.
Which is a misdemeanor, and there are lots of, the consequence of being impaired while driving can be fatal. Right. So we will take that seriously.
Yeah.
Let me quote, if I can, to answer your question from our report, which Joan Valero just gave me. It is in the section that relates to marijuana-impaired driving. There's a whole section on testing for marijuana impairment, which probably does a much better job than I just did to explain. But the paragraph reads, additionally, far fewer studies have been conducted regarding the impairing effects of marijuana as they relate to driving skills. As noted by the U.S. Department of Transportation, and I'm quoting, a clearer understanding of the effects of marijuana use will take additional time and more research is conducted, end quote. The lack of research into these issues is in part due to marijuana's classification as a Schedule I controlled substance, which imposes challenges on researchers' ability to obtain, store, use, and dispose of marijuana. So it's a little complex, but these are things that we can figure out. They can be figured out. But that's a better, I think, more neutral description of the challenge than I gave before.
Right. And the bottom line is the lack of a specific scientific test for determining how much marijuana is in a person's system at a given moment does not prohibit you or impede you from supporting the legalization of marijuana, because you have other laws on the books to prosecute people who drive either recklessly or while they're impaired.
Yes, that's true.
Let's go back to just one other issue on the NYPD policy, and I'm curious how your office handles it. The NYPD policy doesn't make any mention of THC oil, which I'm told people can vape or imbibe and bake or whatever people do. So we were made aware that the NYPD was still arresting people for possession of THC oil, charging them not with a marijuana offense, but with controlled substance in I think the 7th degree. And that in a jurisdiction other than Manhattan, where that district attorney has said that they, like you, would not be charging marijuana offenses, we're charging people who were brought in for THC oil possession. Do you have a policy that includes within your policy to decline prosecution for marijuana offenses a declining to prosecute for possession of or smoking THC oil in a vape?
Our policy is not to prosecute THC oil possession.
Okay. And what about smoking THC oil in a vape? Or vaping?
The head of my criminal court here is the answer is no, but that also may bear on the inability of the lab to get to test the THC oil. But the answer is a practical matter. It's not being prosecuted.
Right. So is it fair to say that for a practical matter, you would include possession and vaping of THC oil within your marijuana decline to prosecute policy?
Yes.
Good. All right. Well, I want to thank you very much for being here. The other district attorneys were invited. I assure you they're going to have the opportunity to answer these questions when they show up at the budget hearing. And you will then have the opportunity to spend more time on your budget request.
Fantastic. I look forward to it.
So thank you very much for being here.
You're going to get extra time, extra brownie points for being here today during the budget hearing. All right, we're going to go to questions. We're going to put a clock on. First, I want to recognize we've been joined by council members Powers, Deutsch, Public Advocate-elect Jamani Williams. Chaim Deutsch, I said. Anybody else? Oh, Helen Rosenthal. All righty, so we're gonna now go to Cabrera, followed by Cabrera, Kuhl, and then Deutsch.
Thank you so much to both of the chair and DA. Thank you for your work. Your reputation precedes you. I appreciate all the work that you're doing in this area. I'm all for medical marijuana, but when it comes to legalizing marijuana, I have my hesitation. So I'm coming with an open mind here, but I wanted to bring some data here that seems to be quite alarming. In Colorado, we talked much about Colorado, the use of marijuana is at an 85% higher rate than the national average when it comes to youth. Marijuana-related traffic fatalities are up 151%. I don't know what that would do for Vision Zero in New York City. I want to read a statement. You're probably familiar with him. He is the U.S. Attorney for the District of Colorado, Bob Troyer. And this is what he said. He said, Colorado's black market has actually exploded. He used that specific word. After commercialization, we became a source state, a theater of operation for sophisticated international drug trafficking and money laundering organizations from Cuba, China, Mexico, and elsewhere. And in the black market, marijuana activity has gone up 7 times in marijuana. They have last year alone, actually that would have been for 2017. This is a report from 2018. The regulated industry produced 6.4 metric tons of unaccounted for marijuana. Over 80,000 black market plants were found in Colorado federal lands. Alcohol consumption has steadily climbed, not decreased, since it was legalized, and the use of other drugs has also increased. And then in terms of the ratio between blacks versus whites, for example, in Alaska, we see a disparity of blacks being arrested 10 times more than whites. So in light of that, help me understand, and again, I'm trying to be open-minded here. I'm not coming here with a moralistic point of view, but looking at the data, I am concerned in light of the fact what was mentioned, and rightly so, that we don't have a way to identify somebody was smoking pie and they're driving, and fatalities go up 141%, and so forth. And then when I hear in the streets the drug dealers are actually happy because they're going to be able to sell it cheaper. We're not going to make a whole lot of money. It's less than 1% of the total budget in Colorado. It's not a whole lot of money because by the time you regulate it and everything else that comes with it. So money set aside. I'm just trying to picture why would it be better than the amazing work that we have done in this council, where we got it to where it is right now. And we have destigmatized and the work that you're doing right now under the context. Why would it be better? That's what I'm trying to figure out at this point.
Well, first of all, I want to tell you I profoundly respect your conundrum, and it is, and I, for one, the reason we conducted the study for 6 months, because I myself wanted to be able to have some first of all, information, and then, since I'm the district attorney of a county, be able to explain to the public why this was my position. And that's the purpose of the study, is to be open about what's going on in other countries and how that might affect New York County if we brought it here. First and foremost, we've spoken with the law enforcement officials in Colorado, and there's several parts of our report which actually drill down on those conversations. The black market is a big issue in Colorado, and to the degree that there would be black market sales in New York State after legalization, that should be prosecuted. And it should be prosecuted aggressively, because the black market is going to be dealing with, typically large volumes, and also may well be connected to other kinds of trafficking, whether it is guns or children. So black market selling needs to be prosecuted, if it can be, in whatever jurisdiction where it's legalized. Number one, and I think Congressman, council member.
You could prophesy. It's okay.
I think we need to look at the reality of today. Marijuana is here.
Yes.
We are the largest black market for marijuana in the country. Right? And are we going to regulate it and try to provide some order around it, try to understand and get a better ability to control what is being sold in our state that is marijuana, or not? And I think that with marijuana being legalized in Vermont, in our surrounding states, we have to acknowledge the reality that marijuana, like alcohol, is here to stay. And rather than not take it head on and try to make it as safe as it can possibly be, from seed to store, to have that barcoded in a process that has been defined by scientists and approved by regulators in the state. So we know that everything that is in a store we know how powerful it is, we know it is secure. We are going to have to deal with the black market. That's never entirely going to go away. But I think the worst of all worlds is not facing the reality that right now we have tons of people smoking marijuana with no safety at all.
Mm. Well, I want to thank you, and hopefully later on, if you could address the issue, the difference between us here in Colorado, because, and I have a brother who lives out there, and over there, people live in single-family homes. We live literally on top of each other. We can smell each other's food from the hallway. And what kind of a situation that will put, contentious situation that will put a neighbor versus a neighbor? Has there been any studies done regarding that in other states? I doubt it. I think it's only 8 states where it's legalized for recreational use. And what do you anticipate will happen? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'll just correct you. I represent a district with single-family homes, large majority. I'm going to go to Councilmember Koo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Vance, yes. Thank you for testifying before us, and I want to thank you for your leadership in the DA's office. I want to say in open that my community is opposed to legalization of marijuana on the whole, because, because smoking is bad already, and we're trying to stop people from smoking, do all kinds of things. Why do we want to legalize marijuana?
That's the question.
Yeah.
I think it would be essentially the same response I gave earlier. Right now, we have a huge amount of black market marijuana being consumed. As I said, we are the largest market for black market marijuana. You don't know whether it's tainted or laced or what power it has. I think we need to regulate and provide some rationalization around what is already happening here.
Yeah.
And I don't think, Council Member, that increased prosecution of marijuana as a means to deter use of marijuana is going to be any more successful going forward than it has been in the past. I think that you are, following your logic, if we were to go back to prosecuting marijuana, my concern is that the same flaws and failings around proportionality, should someone really be arrested for smoking marijuana, who is arrested, there's going to be racial disparity. I think it's going to continue as marijuana enforcement, if we were to go sort of further back to enforcing marijuana prosecution. So I simply believe that we have to deal with the reality we have, and but it's an opportunity. I think we can become safer as a community if we regulate marijuana than to simply let the black market thrive in New York and hope that we manage it well.
So what would be the prosecution policy for someone smoking pot in a playground?
In a what?
In a playground, in the vicinity of children. Is this just a civil offense on like smoking cigarettes?
Well, one could be prosecuted for endangering the welfare of a child under a misdemeanor statute. So there are alternatives to prosecution of possession of marijuana, and I think that would again be very fact-based. Obviously, we want to make sure that people who are, and by the way, there will be regulations. I mean, there will be regulations as to where one can smoke marijuana in the city if it does become legal. And those regulations should be enforced either by a summons or in some cases an arrest.
You mentioned before if someone drive and smoke marijuana, you can charge them DUI or DWI, right? What about a passenger smoking pot and the driver is inhaling all this smoke? So
we're going to have to deal with that, and it's no more. Those are tough questions that happen in every case around what goes on in a car. If there's contraband in the car, whose is it? If there's a gun in the car, whose is it? And so, yes, is the driver of a car where the passenger is smoking marijuana? I think that driver puts him or herself at risk of being prosecuted. I'm not saying we would prosecute it, but I think you have to be responsible for what goes on in your vehicle. And if you're ingesting marijuana while you're driving, that could be a problem.
So, can I ask you a personal question? Would you personally discourage your children or your grandchildren not to smoke marijuana?
I have personally, I've had candid conversations with my children about marijuana, as I think most parents have. I think marijuana is a substance like alcohol that can be abused, and that every parent, just as with alcohol, needs to be having honest conversations with their children. I don't think that. Honestly, because it can alter your behavior, it is an important thing to have an awareness about in your family.
Because I personally would strongly discourage my children or my grandchildren not to smoke marijuana because of the health and because of other side effects from it.
And and I understand that's a perfectly understandable position to take. But this is not directed to your children, but I think a lot of kids are going to still smoke marijuana, no matter what their parent says. And I want to make sure that the marijuana that they're smoking is going to be as least likely as possible to be unsafe.
Well, as a leader, we should have an open position to tell the community that this is something we don't encourage.
Yeah. Well, by the way, today, I'm not encouraging marijuana smoking in New York City. If you have marijuana and you're smoking it, you should get a summons. That there should be a consequence, but it should be a consequence that's proportionate to the offense, in my personal opinion.
But if we legalize it, you will encourage people to smoke, open. Like say, like Francis, in Forest Hill High School, there was a report in the New York Post that lots of students smoked in the building, and the principal didn't do anything because, it's going to be legalized anyway, so he's not going to do anything about it.
Council member, those are absolutely essential policy questions, but just as we have tried to deal with other intoxicants like alcohol, I think we deal with them better regulated than we do bootleg.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I will be the first to admit on the record that in high school, my parents tried to warn me not to smoke marijuana, and I smoked and I did not inhale. All righty, here we go. I think I turned out okay. Would everybody agree with me here? I'm okay, all righty. All righty, we're gonna go to Councilmember Deutsch.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for holding this important hearing. I don't know which way it's going to go, but it is an important hearing. So I just have a few issues. When things come with when things are common sense, I always go with that. So one of the things you mentioned is that people already smoke marijuana. So if New Yorkers, if you have, let's say, a high amount of New Yorkers, let's say half of New Yorkers walk outside with open container. Are we going to enforce that, or are we going to legalize that? Because everyone's doing it anyway. So we as a city, we need to prove ourselves first that we could deal with the issues that we have and not say, you know something, we can't deal with it, but we're going to legalize it because people are doing it anyway. So I have an issue with that. You did say that you expect an uptick on the black market sales. So firstly, I just want to say that you did mention we'll prosecute if people are selling illegally. But prosecute could also come after, God forbid, a tragedy. And if someone is going to go in the black market and the drug dealers make the money not off the marijuana, they make their money off addiction. So they're going to use the marijuana sales as a cover-up only to sell them other types of drugs that will create an addiction for that individual, and that's where they make the money. So that is another issue that I have with legalizing without getting to the crux of the problem and going to the core issue of the city doing more on the issues that we already have. You also mentioned that if someone is driving under the influence of alcohol, it's very easy to detect. You do a alcohol test, and if someone is 0.08, the person gets arrested. If someone is under the influence of marijuana, right, there's no way to detect that. That's what you said. There's no way to detect that. But if we could get someone to Mars, then we could come up with a way. So shouldn't we first come up with a way to detect that before we decide to legalize something? And again, marijuana use stays in your system for 30 days. And if you do if an officer pulls over a vehicle and they smell marijuana and the guy looks like he's under the influence, you're arresting someone now without knowing what that person actually did, which I think is, that shouldn't happen if you have no proof. Do you have any statistics of people that get arrested because they over .08 for alcohol use. And the statistics, when an officer pulls someone over for DUI, of what the conviction rate or the dismissal rates on these two.
I do not have data at hand. I will say that it is more difficult to prosecute a case where you don't have a scientific baseline to determine intoxication. So I think there are more acquittals in driving while intoxicated cases where there is no blood alcohol. If the blood alcohol content, for example, is refused, the driver refuses to blow into the machine, those cases become tougher to prosecute because it's then based upon the officer's recollection of how the person looked and the tests that the officer asked the individual to do, sobriety tests. It is more difficult. Some states, and again, our report goes into it in detail, Council Member, and I encourage you to leaf through it. You know, some states have themselves set, if you have a certain percentage of THC in your blood, you are presumed intoxicated. And Washington State, I think, is a state that has that. Now, I don't think that they can scientifically prove that means you are in fact prosecuted, but they have determined that they're going to set a level above which, if you test above that, they are going to 5 nanograms of THC. Someone just gave me the information. So some states have set baselines, and above that baseline have determined that it is intoxicated. I think we should look at all those. So some states are addressing it differently than others.
So I just want to get down. So if someone has a alcohol test, right, for driving while intoxicated, so if it's .08, the person gets arrested. I'm not talking about if someone refuses. So that person gets arrested. Now, if someone just smoked 3 joints and gets into a vehicle, is there a way to detect that? Yes or no?
No.
No.
There's no way to determine how intoxicated.
So my point is that shouldn't we first come up and find to see if there's a way to detect that before we discuss about the legalization of marijuana? That's my point. That's it. Secondly, regarding students, what is the age, if marijuana becomes legal, what is the age of when someone could smoke marijuana?
I think it would depend upon ultimately what the legislature
Legally.
decided. 18?
It's 18?
Right now, it's 17 and up, and next year it will be 18.
18. So how many, you have plenty of school children, college students that are 18 that are in school, right? Do you have the figures of how many children of that age, 18 or older, attend college or high school intoxicated?
No, I do not.
No, you don't. Now, does marijuana use make you sleepy?
I think it may.
It may. So we don't know that how many students can possibly attend college after having a few joints and just putting their heads down in class and not paying attention and not being able to focus.
Those are numbers I don't think that have been studied, and nor necessarily how many are today when it's illegal using it in school.
I got it. Okay, so I just want to bring up these points, and I feel that we need to use our common sense and not to go with our instincts. Okay, it's already being done, and people are smoking marijuana, so let's just legalize it. But we need to get to the core problems of these issues. Number one, as a city, we need to prove that we can enforce these things, number one. And number two is that we have to come up with solutions on people driving under the influence, number one, and have a test that we're able to give to someone who may be driving after marijuana use. And secondly, we have to focus on our children that may be using it, and we need to move forwards when it comes to the children's education rather than going backwards and not saying that people are doing it already and let's just legalize it.
I do believe that the legislative process, this being considered by the state legislature, the questions you ask are important questions. They are questions that should be identified around the issue of legalization and may, in some instances, be prerequisites before before it is legalized. So I think you raise good questions, but I think but I do think that starting the process and thinking about what New York State needs to address around marijuana legalization, that should be done now. Because I do think with all our surrounding states going to be legalizing marijuana, we have to be aware that this is happening, and we have to figure out how to control it responsibly, not just say, close our eyes and say, there are too many unanswered questions.
So do you believe that we should legalize it before getting the answers to these good questions?
I think the process may well force the answers to those good questions to be delivered.
But why do we need to force those answers? Why can't we come up with those answers?
I think we should be. I think we should right now. I couldn't agree more.
Thank you.
Thank you, District Attorney Vance, for coming today. I just wanted to ask one last question, and I think this was the impetus of this specific hearing, and the reason we're here today is obviously because it's, in my opinion, and I'm sure for my colleagues who represent communities who've been burdened with arrests and summonses, I'm sure they could all relate to this. What has been the impact of these arrests on communities of color? And I just wanted to throw that out there because we know that it's legal to smoke marijuana if you're white in New York City. And we just have to be candid and straightforward and be realistic about that. We know that if you're black or brown and you live in communities that seem to be overly policed, that you're more likely to end up in the system. What would you say there has been a disproportionate impact of these arrests coming out of communities of color? And could you speak to the long-term effects of these arrests?
But to the council member's previous question, I want to correct myself. The age for use of marijuana would be 21, not 18. And I apologize for the misstatement. In answer to your question, I as a white male district attorney sitting from a position of privilege, I cannot speak to what is the experience of a man or woman of color in any way that is other than what I see. And what I see is that there is a disproportionate criminal justice impact on men and women of color in the enforcement of our laws relating to marijuana. And it may be as high as 15-1, as the New York Times study said. It may be as low as 3-1, but it is, I think the reality is it does impact communities of color disproportionately. The consequences of that disproportionate impact is not minimal. It affects, it affects all the things that we talked about earlier. There is a consequence around employment, a consequence around housing. There may be consequences around deportation. There may be consequences around schooling or your family. Once you're in the criminal justice system, it's a serious matter. There really isn't a non-serious case that's in criminal court because there's, someone is definitely being impacted. So I think that for a long time we have, and I will say my office has, and I acknowledge that I did, were prosecuting marijuana cases and it became important to me over time when I understood better the data from our own office and then looked at what was going around in the country to determine whether or not marijuana legalization was, I would say, a net positive or a net negative. It became important for me to say the way we are doing it, I don't think is the right way. Since we have reduced our prosecution, as I said, crime continues, thanks to the great work of the NYPD and the communities, continues to go down. So I think it can be a win-win.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your testimony today. Thank you so much for coming out today. Thank you for, you're all done.
I'm done. Thank
You're
you very
done.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All righty. So we're going to call the next panel, and before we do that, we're going to go to statements from both Councilmember Menchaca first, and then to Public Advocate-elect Jamani Williams. Next panel coming up is it's the Department of Probations. We've also been joined by Councilmembers Menchaca, Cohen, Rivera, Perkins, Kalos, and Miller. Oh, and also by Chair Eugene. He didn't write your name yet. Okay.
Thank you, chairs, and felicidades to my brother, Jamani Williams, public advocate-elect. Super excited. First off, I want to acknowledge all the advocates and the community members in our communities who have fought for decades to highlight our unfair and racially discriminatory drug laws. This package of introductions and resolutions, and really this larger movement to legalize marijuana here in the state, is a result of their efforts to highlight the destructive impact New York's drug laws have had on the poor communities of color in our neighborhoods, and to call for a more fair, effective, and equitable approach. Through these proposed reforms in the state, we have the opportunity to repair that damage that has been done. These council intros and resolutions provide a regulatory framework and a step in the right direction, and with both houses in the state in Democratic control, now is the time for us to finally get things done. But we need to make sure that we do this right. We need to make sure that we do not establish a regulatory framework that either repeats our current drug policies' racialized impact on, or recreates it in other ways, further harming our poor communities of color yet again. Now, my Reso 742, which I'm the sponsor of, calling for New York State legislature to pass legislation allowing localities to establish any prohibition on public consumption of marijuana and related civil penalties. I will say that I recognize how complicated this proposed resolution is. I'm even feeling uncomfortable about the wording of this resolution. But with respect to the civil penalties, an argument could be made for the need to eliminate penalties completely. And with respect to the public consumption, how this looks within NYC is complicated and requires a nuanced approach. In New York City, there are many situations where people cannot consume privately. For example, within NYCC, under this policy, NYCC residents, who are mostly New Yorkers of color, could be disproportionately targeted, resulting in yet another racially disparate policy. So this hearing is important to process everything, and so that we make sure that we do it right. It is important for us to hear and look forward after this hearing as we connect all the dots here in the city and how we're going to work together to ensure that we understand the nuance and complicated nature of this work. But this is moving forward, and I'm so excited about that. I have questions for the panel, but I want to say thank you to the chairs, and we move forward together. Thank you.
Jamani Williams.
Thank you, Chairs Richard, Chair Lansman, Espinal, Eugene, Progressive Caucus, and all my colleagues for holding this hearing, as well as to those testifying before us today. Author and activist James Baldwin wrote, "Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it's faced." So let's face it, even as we see marijuana or cannabis legalized throughout the nation, creating massive wealth for businesses and governments, there are communities completely ravaged by the war on drugs, criminalization, broken windows policies, abuses of broken windows policies, and abuses of stop and frisk, and all the systems built to lock up as many black and brown people as possible. We're working to undo the damage of a system that is not broken, but I believe is operating how it was designed to operate. That's why I'm proud to sponsor legislation Intro 1445, co-sponsored by Majority Leader Lori Cumbo and Councilmember Carlina Rivera, prohibiting New York City employers from requiring a prospective employer to submit to testing for the presence of any THC, the active ingredient in marijuana, in such prospective employee system as a condition of employment. Let's be clear, this is not giving a permission for anyone to come to work high. You should not come to be work high. This does not give you permission to do that, and frankly, you should be dismissed if you do. But just like alcohol, you should not be tested for it if you are trying to get a job. As well as a resolution, Reso 641, calling on the coordination of the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services, the New York State Office of Court Administration, and New York City District Attorneys to expunge the records of all city misdemeanor marijuana convictions, and a resolution, Reso 296, calling on the New York City Nycc to add unlawful possession of marijuana, criminal possession of marijuana in the 4th and 5th degrees to a list of overlooked offenses and stop considering these offenses as grounds for termination of tenancy. According to Vox reporting in 2018, as many as 70% of large employers utilize pre-employment drug screenings encompassing as many as 40% of jobs. Failed tests lead to a depletion in the labor pool and an inability of many to advance their careers. Cannabis accounts for about half of all positive results in drug tests. These restrictions are harmful to employers and employees alike. I've said many times before that the best deterrent to a crime is a job. With these pieces of legislation, we will create more access points for employment and housing, not less. As we move toward legalization, it makes absolutely no sense that we're keeping people from finding jobs or public housing or advancing their careers because of marijuana usage. I've long advocated for legalization and the expungement of records, and these measures are in line with these goals, in particular Intro 45, like the Fair Chance Act before it, which banned the box. It's good for both employers and prospective employees. It expands the pool of applicants by preventing people from being shut out. Ultimately, we must ensure that the march towards change in relation to marijuana policy leaves no one behind, and in particular the people of more color that have had their lives stripped away. Families forever impacted and dreams deferred as we criminalized whole communities and devastated a generation of men and women for a substance that we now welcome with open arms into our city. As the industry of the future, it is our responsibility to pair justice and equity with economic and drug policy. It is our obligation to safeguard against any legalization without a focus on how every New Yorker can be a part of the cannabis industry. This starts with making sure every New Yorker has access to jobs, housing, and fair treatment in our justice system. Again, I'm thankful to everyone here for holding this hearing on all these bills today and putting a spotlight on marijuana industry, which was the potential for immense economic growth for this city. We can bring that growth to everyone in the city. I do want to point out, I think today in the Daily News, I saw it probably mentioned that there's an increase in arrests and summonses of black and brown New Yorkers for marijuana, this very topic. I also want to make sure that I point out, if we're legalizing it, we have to make sure, unlike medical marijuana that's legal now, that everybody has access to it, criminal history or not. And I disagree fully that this money should be used, if we get it, for the MTA. I think no money should be used for anything until we figure out how to use some of that funding to restore the communities that have been most ravaged by this. Lastly, I would just like to recommend the usage of the word underground market to replace the word black market. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go to council members Kalos, then Miller for a statement, and then Chair Eugene.
Thank you to the mega hearing chairs, Public Safety, Donovan Richards, especially for your long history on this issue, along with Committee on Justice System, Councilmember Rory Lantzman. Thank you as well. Consumer Affairs Chair Espinal, and my committee chair, the Honorable Matthew Eugene. Thank you for your leadership. I'd like to associate myself with the comments of our soon-to-be public advocate-elect, Councilmember Jamani Williams, regarding ensuring that the funding from cannabis legalization go to restoring low-income communities of color that have been devastated by the war on drugs before we look for other places to spend that money. It's honestly not going to be enough to bail out the MTA, and I'm not sure if it'll be enough to restore the communities that have been devastated. I'm Councilmember Ben Kalos. You can tweet me at Ben Kalos. I have the privilege and honor of co-chairing the Progressive Caucus with Councilmember Diana Ayala. I want to give a huge and special thank you to our director, Zara Nasir, who's been working on this issue nonstop, as well as our partners at the Drug Policy Alliance and a list of advocates that are too long to name individually. I'm here to speak on Resolution 738, co-sponsored by Alika Ampry-Samuel, calling on the New York State Legislature to pass and the governor to sign legislation prohibiting vertical integration and promoting small business growth in the recreational marijuana industry. Vertical integration occurs when a single entity controls ownership of each stage of the supply chain. This scheme limits competition within an industry. New York State has a unique opportunity to establish regulatory and licensing schemes, providing New Yorkers with a diverse socioeconomic backgrounds, meaningful access to market participation in the marijuana industry. Further, the state should cap the number of licenses available to a single entity in order to prevent an oligopoly and promote small business growth. The danger in not adopting a ban on vertical integration can be clearly seen in Canada, where, according to the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce and other analysts, the largest licensed marijuana producers already control the country's regulated recreational market just a few months into legalization. Canaccord Genuity, another Canadian financial services analysis firm, estimates Canopy Growth and Aurora Cannabis, two of Canada's largest recreational marijuana licensed producers, who also happen to be listed on NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange, combined represents almost 50% of the sales volume in the first 3 months of legalization. The top 4 producers, as reported by Marijuana Business Daily, combined control 70% of the market. Domestically, states prohibiting or limiting vertical integration include California, Washington, and Illinois. These states enforce various degrees of separation between the production and retail stages of the marijuana industry. This regulation structure closely model the regulatory structure proposed by Resolution 738 closely models traditional school distribution, alcohol distribution models. In practice, marijuana business currently operating in these states are permitted to integrate vertically in very limited ways. For example, both Washington and California allow for some licenses to hold 2 license types, such as manufacturing or producer and processor licenses, but those licensees may not operate or have any direct or indirect financial interest in retail license whatsoever. Additionally, California announced its intent to move forward to more blanket prohibition of vertical integration practices once the market has matured. In its Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act of 2015, California declared that all vertical integration would be prohibited after January 1st, 2026, which is quite a long ways off. Not to be outdone, the New York Times reported in 2014 that the states should keep the production and retail sales of marijuana separate to ensure that the industry does not evolve into a group of politically and financially powerful vertically integrated businesses. The Times further suggests that the future states should follow Washington and now California's lead in separating retail and cultivation businesses. We do not need a small number of companies to control the market here in New York City. As the state works to legalize recreational marijuana, it must acknowledge its past as the epicenter of the racialized drug war. New York City must develop programs that empower residents of low-income communities of color that have been devastated, especially by creating and expanding opportunities for small business loans, robust job training, ongoing technical support, and benefits for potential entrepreneurs seeking employment in the cannabis industry, with strong protections to not exclude those with prior convictions. The provision against vertical integration will go a long way to create and expand these opportunities for these communities. I'd like to once again thank the chairs, my co-sponsor, Councilmember Ampry-Samuels, as well as the Progressive Caucus for their work and support in our fight to guarantee fairness and equity in the legalization of recreational marijuana. Sorry that took so long. Thank you.
Statement was longer than mine, Ben Kalos. All righty, we're going to go to Councilmember Miller, followed by Miller. We'll go to Chair Eugene.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to my chairs and colleagues for putting together this very, very important hearing this morning, something that we've been talking about for the past 3 years, and in particular, represented community that certainly has been more than disproportionately impacted. So I represent the 27th Council District, and I am also the chair, co-chair of the Black, Latino, and Asian Caucus, representing nearly 4.2 million New Yorkers of color. I'm here to speak on 2 resolutions today that are being heard today. 743, which calls for the federal government to enact Marijuana Justice Act of 2017, sponsored by New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, which would end the federal prohibition of marijuana incentives, similar changes in the state to the state law, automatically expunging federal marijuana use and possessions crimes, and enable those incarcerated in federal prison to petition courts for resentencing. Resolution 744 calls on the state to enact a bill that will reinvest tax revenue generated from legal recreational marijuana sales into afflicted communities of color and encourages their participation in those markets. Of the many public policies issued by the state legislature, the governor has prioritized this year, legalization of marijuana would arguably be right at the top of those impacting communities of color. But not all cities and communities of color are alike. My community, diverse community of Southeast Queens district, has one of the highest shares of owner-occupied homes in the city of New York, the largest contingent of public workers, yet for over a decade, they have been the most over-policed when it comes to marijuana. For the past 10 years, nearly 13% of all the city's marijuana summonses were made in the 105th precinct. The facts are clear. Whether they be arrests or summonses, enforcement of the state's prohibition marijuana perpetuates racial discrimination towards New Yorkers of color, and communities of color suffer the greatest under these biases, oppressive regulations. Therefore, it is only appropriate that the adult recreational marijuana be legalized and regulated by the state, and local governments be empowered to address the individual needs of populations which they serve. In order to succeed, we need the federal government to take the boot off the racist war on drugs off the necks and the backs of our folk. In order to succeed, we need the state to automatically expunge, not seal, criminal records for the petty marijuana offenses. In order to succeed, we also need the state to faithfully commit to social equity programs for both medical and recreational cannabis that will reinvest from industry, these aggrieved communities of color, for programs which include restorative justice for formerly incarcerated persons seeking reentry, jail diversion, workforce development, community-based education, substance abuse, mental health, promote MWB skilled labor and entrepreneur opportunities for communities of color, micro licenses for small-scale production, sale, and delivery, creation of small business incubators, programs, and offering grants and zero-interest loans. Ban vertical integration. The state is currently in jeopardy of overlooking these recommendations and appears to intent to pass a measure on its arbitrary timeline that would not correct these errors of criminalizing marijuana, would not correct the errors enabling the creation of a highly concentrated and corporate-owned medical marijuana market, would open the doors of our state big marijuana, and would centralize regulation of the industry to unaccountable executives of the state. And let me just say that this is something that we've seen before. There was a time when the numbers industry employed thousands of folk of color here in the state of New York and throughout. That industry was co-opted by the state in the name of education. Education remains the same as it pertains to communities of color. And that industry is now going. We don't want to see the same thing occur when it comes to the marijuana industry. But certainly, I'm going to leave with this, that District Attorney Vance talked about the impact on those communities of color and communities that these disproportionate arrests have had. And so I would leave you with that in order for in order for us to move forward, we have to first make those individuals whole. We have to make those families whole, and we have to make those communities whole, because they have all been impacted by that. And so I just want to say that in this community that I represent, that the chair represents here, a community of home ownership, it stops right there. That next generation, because of the burden that has been put on them because of these low-level arrests and summonses, they cannot find a job, they cannot attain even financial aid for education. They can't get a loan, and so they cannot be that next generation of homeowners. So the wealth is gone, and every opportunity has been gone. This is an issue that has to be addressed, and I think these resolutions and this package that has been put forth today, it is thoughtful, and is intelligent, and it is necessary. And I thank the chair on behalf of the Black, Latino, Asian, and Caucus, Progressive Caucus. I look forward to the passage of this legislation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your long-standing leadership on this as well. We're going to go to Councilmember Eugene.
Thank you very much, Chair Donovan. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Matthew Eugene, and I'm the chair of the Civil and Human Rights Committee. Today, our committee, in conjunction with the Committee on Public Safety, Justice System, and Committee on Consumer Affairs and Business Licensing, is hearing feedback on introductory bill number 1145 in relation to prohibiting drug testing for pre-employment hiring procedures. Since last year's state election, it has become clear that legalizing recreational marijuana is a key agenda item for both Governor Cuomo and the state legislature. However, regardless of whether this happens in the near future or years down the track, the legalization of marijuana in many states around the country is already having an impact in New York City. Medical and recreational marijuana is legal in many parts of the country, and so it is extremely likely that New Yorkers will capitalize on this availability, which they can legally do in such places. However, unlike alcohol or other illicit drugs, the active ingredient in marijuana can linger in the system for weeks. This potentially leaves New Yorkers vulnerable to failing work-related drug tests, even if they were legally consuming marijuana weeks before taking the test. As we have heard today, the prior criminalization of marijuana have had a marked and highly negative impact on our communities of color. They have continued to feel the collateral consequences of defense enforcement, and so any status passed to legalize marijuana across New York should also focus on remedying this injustice. Whether the state does legalize recreational marijuana, it is vital that New York City workers are not unfairly punished for their legal off-duty use of marijuana. Therefore, introductory bill number 1445 will prohibit an employer or their agent from requiring a prospective employee to undergo a drug test for marijuana as a condition of their employment. I'd like to thank all the sponsors of the bills that we are hearing on today, and I would like also to thank the member of the committee who have worked very diligently to make this hearing possible. I'd like to thank the committee staff also, Bani Ayuja, counsel of the committee, Leah Skripek, policy analyst, and Nevin Singh, financial analyst, and my staff, David Suarez. Now I would like to turn it over to Chair Donovan before I start asking some questions. I think that the commissioner is going to make his presentation also. Chair Donovan.
Thank you, Chair Eugene. All righty, we're going to go to the first panel. George Camacha, Mock J, Ray Cameron, Department of Probations, and we'll hear first from Dana Sussman from CCHR. Commissioner.
Hi, good afternoon, and I just want to say thank you to the chairs, the committee members, and my colleagues here at the table for adjusting the schedule today to accommodate my my pumping schedule. I will need to run after I testify, but I'm happy to return and answer questions. So good afternoon, Chairs Richards, Landsman, Eugene, and Espinal, and committee members. I'm Dana Sussman, Deputy Commissioner for Intergovernmental Affairs and Policy at the New York City Commission on Human Rights. I'm pleased to be here today to testify on Intro 1445, a bill that would prohibit New York City employers, both public and private, from requiring a prospective employee to submit to testing for the presence of THC, the active ingredient in marijuana, in a prospective employee system as a condition of employment under the New York City human rights law. Because the Commission has not had the opportunity to appear before the Committee on the Justice System before, I'll briefly describe the work of our agency. By statute, the Commission has two main functions. The first is as a civil law enforcement agency enforcing the city's anti-discrimination law called the New York City Human Rights Law, one of the most comprehensive anti-discrimination laws and anti-harassment laws in the country. The Commission's Law Enforcement Bureau, or LEB, investigates complaints of discrimination from the public, initiates its own investigations on behalf of the city, and utilizes its in-house testing program to help identify entities breaking the law. The law includes currently 24 categories of protection, most of which protect against discrimination and harassment in practically all areas of city living: employment, housing, public accommodations, on the streets, in transit, and in other spaces. Allegations of discrimination come to the Commission's Law Enforcement Bureau for investigation in several ways. Members of the public may file a complaint with the LEB about their own experience. A lawyer may file a complaint on a person's behalf. Service providers, community organizations, faith communities, elected officials, or other individuals may bring specific incidents or potential patterns of discrimination to LEB's attention, and LEB can initiate its own investigation. The Commission can obtain money damages for the complainant and require that the wrongdoer change policy, undergo training, complete community service, among other forms of affirmative relief, and pay civil penalties to the City of New York. The second main function of the Commission is to perform community outreach and provide education on the city human rights law and human rights related issues, which is why the Commission has Community Relations Bureau offices in all 5 boroughs. The Community Relations Bureau provides free workshops on individuals' rights and businesses, employers, and housing providers' responsibilities and obligations under the city human rights law, and creates engaging programming on human rights and civil rights related issues. The Office of the Chairperson focuses on policy, legislation, rulemaking, legal enforcement guidance, and oversees major Commission projects. In addition, the Office of the Chair serves as the adjudicatory body for the Commission, hearing appeals from closed Law Enforcement Bureau matters and issuing final decisions and orders on cases that have been litigated through the oath process. The Commission is supportive of the goals of Intro 1445, and we look forward to working with the City Council and our partners in the administration on this bill. Thank you for convening this hearing today on this important piece of legislation and the other pieces of legislation resolutions, and I look forward to your questions. And I'm also available to answer questions now if folks have them, and can come back and return later as well.
Sure. Thank you so much. We'll go to Chair Eugene for questions.
Thank you very much, Chair Donovan. Commissioner, we know that you got to step out, and does CCHR hear many complaints or requires from workers about being tested for marijuana? And can we give us some detail about, how you handle those requests or, or complaints?
I'm not aware of the Commission receiving inquiries about claims related to drug testing. I do think that it could come up in different contexts. Certainly, the drug testing as a condition of employment might disparately impact people who are self-medicating, who might have a whole host of different disabilities. Disability is defined quite broadly under the city human rights law, so I could see this being a potential disparate impact on people or communities with people with disabilities. So I don't, and because this is not a current protected category explicitly or a prohibition in the city human rights law, if we were to get inquiries about drug testing as a condition of employment, without more, there's not all that much we can currently do. Again, we could possibly look at broad policies that might have a disparate impact on different communities. That's one way of getting at policies that harm certain communities more than others. But again, right now, because it's not an explicit prohibition, we can't tackle those policies right now.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. But this is a very important topic right now in New York City and New York State. But on anything, we have to be proactive. So even you are not aware of inquiries of complaint, but do you have anything in place? Do you start to think about how you're going to tackle or address those issues? I don't think that we should wait for the complaint to come before we figure out what to do. Is there anything in place, any strategy, any planning to try to tackle or address those issues when they will come to the commission?
Sure. So I think the closest analog to this might be our protections against discrimination on the basis of arrest or conviction record. So obviously not the same thing that we're talking about today, but this is a law that was passed in 2015, and we have some experience in enforcing now. The Fair Chance Act is one of the broadest and most protective in the country with respect to protections against arrest or conviction history, discrimination, and it is a major focus of the commission. It's routinely one of the highest, represents the highest proportion of our commission-initiated work, our testing work, and also our complaint-driven cases. So we have an infrastructure built for looking at hiring practices of the Fair Chance Act, credit history discrimination, salary history discrimination, and if we were to add prohibitions against pre-employment drug testing, that would likely fall within some of the affirmative work that we're doing on hiring practices. Right now, we will look at when we investigate or test on hiring practices, we test on all three of those areas that I just described: fair chance, credit, and salary history in most circumstances. And so we would likely, I can imagine, bringing in the pre-employment drug testing policies as well, and really open up employers' practices and policies around how they hire their employees, and include this in that bucket of potential violations.
Thank you very much. Can you explain how this issue connects with CCHR protection for those previously convicted of criminal charges?
So again, I want to make sure that we don't conflate these two issues. Again, there is a recognition, and it's been spoken a lot this morning, today, around the disparate impact that criminalization of marijuana has had on communities of color. And certainly when people are looking to enter the workforce, there has been, for many, many years, sort of the check the box if you've been convicted of a crime, and that has eliminated people from the applicant pool at the very early stage of the hiring process. The Fair Chance Act, again, one of the broadest ban-the-box protections in the country, has essentially banned that box, taken that box you have to check if you have a criminal history off the application. You're not allowed to advertise and say that, no criminal history or no felonies or need apply, and that the criminal history or conviction history can only come into play at the very end of the application process. You've decided as the employer, I want to hire this person. I extend a conditional offer of employment. The last thing that the employer may do at that point is run the criminal history check. And then if they decide to rescind that offer, they have to then go through a Fair Chance Act analysis around whether the criminal history relates to the job duties, if there's a risk to public safety, and we have a model form that employers can use. We've issued final rules and regulations on this specific process, so that, again, people are getting the opportunity to enter the workforce without being sort of left out of that applicant pool at the front end. So this would protect people who have previously been convicted of marijuana-related charges, certainly, and many others as well. As we think about eliminating this pre-employment testing, again, we're not talking about criminality here at all. We're simply talking about recreational use or medical use if you have a medical condition, and that it certainly is a question of not eliminating people from the applicant pool or from potential employment because of what they do outside of the workplace. As Councilmember Williams had said, this is not about a question about showing up to work, having consumed drugs or not. That would be people can regulate their employees' conduct within the workplace, but this is really about pre-employment behavior and conditions. And so the Commission and the administration are supportive of the goals of the bill.
Thank you very much. We are talking about prohibition of drug tests before employment. This is huge. This is huge. But do you envision any exemption for certain companies or industries?
So certainly one of the things that we need to explore further, both with our partners in the administration and with the council, is the exemptions that are currently listed in the bill. There are many, and so I think we just want to be thoughtful about those exemptions and sort of what impact they might have, what the intent of them are. And so I think that is probably where most of our work remains to in partnership with the council and with the administration to think through those exemptions.
I think during your testimony, you were talking about working with the community or informing people or outreach. But can you tell us what do you have in place to reach out people, especially members of the immigrant community, and especially those who are not proficient in English? And you know that immigrant people, when they come to this country, that they love, they're working here, raising children, and supporting their families, but they don't know how to navigate through the system. And some of the time, there are benefits for them, there are information that they should use to better their life, but they don't capitalize on them, they don't use them because of a lack of information, because they are not connected. Can you tell us, what do you have in place to make sure that everybody in New York City, immigrant, people who speak English or not, people who don't have time, the hardworking people who don't have time to, be part of the workshop or seminars that you are organizing. Can you tell me what you have in place to make sure that them also, they know about the benefit or the services or what they have to do in order to address, the issues of pre-testing before employment and other issues that are related to this one.
So I agree this is a challenge that I think many of us face given the sheer size of our city. We have, across the agency, really prioritized the hiring and retention of staff that work within communities that have not previously had deep relationships with government. We speak 35 languages across our agency, up from approximately 6 when Commissioner Malala started 4 years ago. We have hired staff specifically and created roles so that staff are focused on particular communities. We have a lead advisor for African communities. We have a lead advisor for Muslim, Arab, South Asian communities, a lead liaison to Jewish communities, and others, so that people have a trusted voice and person that they can go to with when there are concerns raised in communities. Our staff are out in houses of worship all over the city nearly every week, speaking about the protections under the city human rights law and other, not just houses of worship, but community-based organizations, service providers, sister agencies. We convene forums where we bring our sister agencies together and provide resources to communities across the city. So we try the best that we can, especially by bringing on staff that have worked for many years in the communities that we seek to serve. So they bring that credibility when they come on and work at the commission from the work that they've done previously. And again, we have the linguistic and the cultural competency to build trust in communities and make sure that they know what resources are available to them. I think equally as important is our outreach to businesses and the business community, so that they know, if this law were to pass, that they can no longer engage in drug testing and as a condition of employment in most circumstances. And so again, we have tried to build relationships with the local bids, the chambers of commerce, with SBS and DCA, other sort of our business-facing agencies. So we work within the resources that we have, and we build those community connections. And there's always more to do, but we think we're doing a lot with the staff that we've brought on and the growth of our agency. So, but again, continue to be open to working with council members, meeting with their constituents, meeting in their district offices to build more of those connections.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Before I ask you the last question, I want to acknowledge that we have been joined by Councilmember John. Do you have any other suggestion for other ways to approach this issue in order to better protect the workers? Any other suggestion, any other thing that you believe that we should do?
I can't, on the spot, I don't have any other additional policy recommendations. But I'm happy to. We're always thinking about new proposals, and I'm happy to, connect with your staff and think through some other, policy initiatives or proposals that we might think about through legislation or otherwise.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now let me turn it over to Chair Donovan. Thank you, Chair Donovan.
Thank you. And I think you acknowledge Councilmember Drum. Just one question. So have there been any cases or let me reimagine that question for a second. Have you received any complaints about businesses who practice this? And if so, how many complaints have you received? Has the commission received on pre-testing?
Yeah, so, I don't have that information with me, but I'm happy to check back. Again, because it's not a protected category as of yet, or a prohibition as of yet, I just have to check with our staff to see how we track those kinds of things, if we have the capacity to, if it's just not even, something that we could refer to another agency because it's completely lawful. So I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm not aware of those kinds of things coming to us on a regular basis, but I don't think that means that it's not potentially a problematic practice, or that there isn't work for us to do if we were to pass, if the legislature were to pass this prohibition.
Okay, great, thank you so much. All right, we'll now hear from Ray Cameron. Or, how we go?
Good afternoon, Chairs Richards, Lanceman, and Eugene, and Espino, and the members of the Public Safety, Justice System, Civil and Human Rights, and Consumer Affairs and Business Licensing Committees. I am Ramon D. Cameron, Associate Commissioner for the New York City Department of Probation. Today, I will briefly testify on Intro 1427 by Councilmember Richards in regards to marijuana testing and conducted by the Department of Probation. I want to begin by setting the stage regarding probation's unique and important role in the community safety continuum. This is especially important as of late, as there has been a lot of focus on community corrections and often incorrectly conflates probation and parole. Probation is preventative. It is an alternative to incarceration, where a judge has determined that an individual who has been convicted of a crime may safely remain in the community under our supervision. Parole comes into play after incarceration, where a person is released from prison to complete the remainder of their sentence in the community under the jurisdiction of the state. The job of probation is to safely supervise the more than 27,000 people in our care over the course of a year in their communities, while helping them change their behavior and access opportunities, thereby preventing incarceration. To be comprehensive about achieving positive criminal justice outcomes, we need to leverage both risk management, which is the supervision or monitoring intensity, and risk reduction, which is the supportive elements of what gets people to change. That combination creates the individual accountability and behavior change needed for someone to get out and stay out of the justice system. That is a critical role of this department, keeping youth and adults out of prison or jail. juveniles out of placement, and more people in their communities through that balance of structure and support. Having just recently joined the New York City Department of Probation, I am extremely honored and proud to be here today. Prior to DOP, I founded and ran a Queens-based nonprofit called Project Hope, The New Direction, and have dedicated my entire career to helping young people in poverty develop their strengths, skills, and talents. And I have seen firsthand how the New York City probation is unlike any other jurisdiction in the country due to its forward-thinking approach to community corrections and our development of new evidence-based generating programs and individualized approaches such as Arches Transformative Mentoring, Advocate Intervene and Mentor, also known as AIM, and our Neon Arts, just to name a few. This work has been recently the subject of several rigorous independent evaluations showing not only unprecedented criminal justice outcomes, but also the incredible impact towards strengthening communities and changing lives across the 5 boroughs of our city for both people on probation and the larger communities in which they reside. Commissioner Ana Bermudez and the entire leadership at DOP are deeply committed to an evidence-based, informed, one-size-fit-one approach to probation, which is the core necessitates an individualized method of case planning underpinned by a robust continuum of programming and other supports. Our current drug testing practices reflect this commitment and are already consistent with this legislation. Therefore, the New York City Department of Probation supports Intro 1427 as proposed by Councilmember Richards. Thank you again to the Speaker, chairs, and members of the City Council for convening today's hearing on this important issue.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairs Richards and Eugene and committee members. My name is George Camacho, and I'm a Senior Associate Counsel for the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, and I served as the chair of the Subcommittee on Law Enforcement and Social Justice for the Mayor's Task Force on Cannabis Legalization. The Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice advises the Mayor on public safety strategy and, together with partners inside and outside government, develops and implements policies that promote safety and fairness and that reduce unnecessary incarceration. Over the past 5 years, the administration has remained committed to lightening the touch of cannabis enforcement through policy changes that have led to cannabis enforcement decline as crime in New York City has also declined. Beginning in November of 2014, the NYPD changed its policy to issue criminal summonses instead of arresting individuals for possession of cannabis in open view. That policy led to a 37% decline in cannabis arrests from 2014 to 2015. Then, in September 2018, the NYPD began issuing criminal summonses instead of making arrests for cannabis consumption in public. Since this change in policy, arrests are down 92% and summonses are down 31%. Unfortunately, marginalized communities have continued to bear the brunt of enforcement and criminalization of cannabis. In 2013, approximately 86% of marijuana possession arrests were of Black or Latino people. That number in 2018 was 89%. This disparity has persisted despite declines in arrests and despite evidence that rates of marijuana use are roughly the same for white and Black people. More work needs to be done, and the legalization of cannabis provides an opportunity to redress impacts of past criminalization and to drive economic opportunity to historically marginalized communities. Mayor de Blasio convened the Mayor's Task Force on Cannabis Legalization in July 2018 to identify the goals and challenges that should guide the city's preparation for potential legalization. This task force was coordinated by the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice and included representatives of many relevant city agencies. The task force was divided into 5 subcommittees, focused on licensing and land use, economic opportunity, taxation and finance, law enforcement and social justice, and public health, social services, and education, all of which met regularly to develop the recommendations reflected in a report issued by the task force. Members consulted with subject matter experts and community groups and studied jurisdictions that have legalized and regulated the adult use of cannabis. In December, the task force published its report titled A Fair Approach to Marijuana, Recommendations from the Mayor's Task Force on Cannabis Legalization, which called for a strong public health-focused regulatory framework and for the empowerment of local government to prevent corporate greed, foster small businesses, and meet the demands of diverse New York City communities. The report also places great emphasis on the need to ensure that any cannabis industry in New York redresses impacts of past criminalization and drives economic opportunity to those marginalized communities. Of course, much of the future of cannabis legalization and the way it takes shape in New York lies in the hands of the state and in the legislation currently under debate in Albany. We as a city attempted through our task force to chart a vision for how state law and regulation can help ensure that our city can best protect its communities and promote its goals. We summarize our priorities and goals below and refer the council to our full report for greater detail and information. Much hangs in the balance, and we hope the state legislation will allow the city to pursue these priorities. Indeed, the task force's head, MACJ General Counsel Susan Sommer, could not be here today because she is attending the New York Conference of Mayors Summit on Cannabis in Albany today to help advance the city's perspective. The task force studied other jurisdictions to understand the challenges of cannabis legalization and to gain insight into best practices. In states that have sought to legalize cannabis, racial disparities in arrests are still prevalent. We believe that legalization must allow the government to protect New Yorkers from the adverse impacts of cannabis legalization through robust regulations aimed at ensuring the safety and health of people in our city, particularly youth. At the same time, the new enforcement regime must be carefully tailored to avoid inequitably criminalizing the same communities that have already borne the brunt of cannabis criminalization and mass incarceration. Thus, it is critical that legalization in New York avoid creating new punitive structures and imposes civil rather than criminal penalties to violations of cannabis regulations to the greatest extent possible, consistent with public safety. The city believes that the purchase and possession of cannabis should be limited to adults aged 21 and over, while public consumption should be prohibited unless at locally regulated consumption sites. Balancing public health and safety and impeding the illicit market while easing the disproportionate burdens of criminalization should guide legislative solutions. The task force also recommended the automatic expungement of criminal records for past cannabis offenses that would be legalized, subject to notice and opportunity by district attorneys' offices to raise objections in specific cases. It is imperative we create an easy pathway for citizens to end the collateral consequences from past convictions for cannabis-related conduct that has later been legalized. Related recommendations include limiting cannabis testing for job applicants with exceptions for safety-sensitive jobs, treating cannabis consistently with alcohol in child custody determinations, and eliminating criminal penalties for minors. Education of the public and of key professionals such as educators and healthcare workers is critical to ensuring safe cannabis use. Some of the resources that adult use legalization can produce should be directed to those areas. Other states have experimented with a range of approaches to achieve the most effective delivery of harm reduction education, and New York City would build on those experiments to craft comprehensive and persuasive campaigns. There is no one-size-fits-all blueprint for implementing cannabis legalization in every New York community. Legislation should strike the right balance between state regulation establishing uniform statewide standards and resources and local control to chart the course for the diverse communities throughout New York State that will be directly impacted by legalization. Localities should be given broad discretion under state law to determine how to advance their community's public health, safety, and equity goals. For example, the task force calls for balancing state regulatory structures with local authority to permit licensed consumption sites, determine business density restrictions to avoid overconcentration, and to allow localities to permit or restrict home cultivation. Also important will be sufficient time before New York State law takes effect for careful planning and coordination by the state and the city to ensure a sound foundation for the advent of legalized cannabis. New York City supports a regulatory framework for cannabis legalization that effectively protects the health and safety of all New Yorkers. Development of a regulatory structure and promulgation of specific regulations should be a measured process, allowing time for consultation and coordination between states and localities. Critically, legislation must promote a diversity of participants in the cannabis industry, assuring that communities disproportionately affected by past criminalization have an equitable stake. The report makes recommendations to prevent big business from market domination through a licensing system that would create opportunities for small businesses. But the state legislation must give the city leeway it needs to promote its goals. New Yorkers deserve an opportunity to build their own local cannabis industry, led by small businesses organized to benefit our whole diverse community. The new industry should be constructed to promote economic empowerment of those disproportionately harmed by criminalization, not profits for those seeking to benefit from legalization. This will require preferential licensing opportunities, as well as legislative and programmatic solutions to the challenges equity applicants will face, including lack of capital, information asymmetry, and the demands of commercial competition with large established businesses. This should also include mandated job opportunities for the most impacted by past criminalization. The city would seek to allocate state funding to localities to provide technical assistance and access to capital through locally administered equity initiatives. We encourage the council to review our full report, which is available online. Additionally, we have made copies available here today. It's important that the city speaks as one voice to advance our goals in Albany. Current proposals fall short on providing for local control, and we have serious concerns about some of the criminal provisions. We hope that with the council's support, we can work with our state partners to advance our shared goals to see equity and opportunity for all New Yorkers. Thank you for your time and advocacy on this very important issue.
Thank you so much, for both of your testimony. I'm going to start with the, I want to go to Councilmember Levin, and then we were joined by Councilmember Lander. We're going to go to Levin for a statement first, and then I'm going to come back around for questions.
Thank you very much, Chair Richards, and Chair Eugene, and the other chairs as well, and thank you for your testimony. I'll just read my opening statement as quickly as I can here. I'm proud to be joined by so many colleagues in the New York City Council today for calling for marijuana justice. As Albany considers proposals for legalization, we need to make sure that we decriminalize marijuana for every neighborhood and commit to real restitution for the communities and families who have been wronged by decades of bad policy. And to this end, I'm sponsoring two resolutions being heard today, Resolution 75, calling on the state to pass the Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act, also known as the MRTA, sponsored by Senator Kruger and Assemblymember Peoples-Stokes, and Resolution 741, which calls for inclusive state licensing that prioritizes those who have been wronged by the war on drugs in entrepreneurship and the production, sale, and distribution of marijuana. New York City has a responsibility to cannabis equity for decades. New York State has been the marijuana arrest capital of the world, and vast majority of arrests have happened here in the city. Yet, despite efforts to reduce racial disparities, the unequal enforcement of New York's marijuana laws continues to this day, with higher arrest rates and longer sentences of Black and Latinx communities than their white counterparts. The MRTA is the gold standard for legalization. The bill would regulate, control, and tax marijuana in a manner similar to alcohol, and the racially disparate impact of existing marijuana laws and direct revenue from marijuana sales to communities most harmed by prohibition. 50% of the state's marijuana revenue would go to a community grants reinvestment fund that provides job training, promotes adult education and youth development programming, and supports community-focused programming. Excuse me. Thank you. An additional 25% would go to the State Department of Education, and the remaining 25% of revenue would go to drug treatment programs and public education campaigns geared towards reducing overdoses. This is important. We cannot create a new industry that does not fully commit to community investment. If we enact legalization without decriminalization and community restitution, we will have failed to shift the tide on an unjust system and will continue to maintain the status quo of racial inequality. Along with decriminalization, we need to address the economic harms and barriers that have held back communities. Resolution 741 addresses the need for greater economic justice by promoting equitable ownership and participation in commercial marijuana activity. The state should prioritize licenses for those with prior marijuana arrests or convictions to encourage those who receive licenses to hire individuals who are arrested for and/or convicted of marijuana-related offenses, with a particular focus on formerly incarcerated individuals who serve time based on marijuana violations. Too many people have been cut out of jobs, cut out of business investments, and been denied homeownership because of marijuana prohibition. As the state nears the possibility of legalization, we need to focus on equitable access to economic opportunities, and this is why I'll be continuing this push and introducing a bill to create a cannabis equity program for New York City if and when the state acts. There are models that we can look to around the country to get this right. Oakland, California City Council passed a law granting half of all new business licenses to applicants from neighborhoods with higher marijuana-related arrest rates and set up an incubator model and funding stream to invest in businesses participating in the Cannabis Equity Program. And Massachusetts' statewide social equity program provides business training and guidance. We can learn on lessons. We can lean on lessons learned to ensure that we follow the best practices for success because we need to get this right. Stakes are too high. If we fail, we will have missed a monumental opportunity to right some of the wrongs of our past and bring some semblance of justice to our communities. We have watched countless families be torn apart by the criminalization of marijuana. We have heard from mothers who have had ACS cases brought against them and sons and brothers who were locked up for years because of the very laws that we wrote. So today, let's commit to the work that starts us forward on a different path, a path that is rooted in equality. We are not going to incentivize big pharma or out-of-state corporations over our own communities, and we won't compromise when it comes to investing in those left out of entrepreneurship and growth because of discriminatory policies. I want to thank all the advocates, community members, administration representatives who are here today, as well as Elizabeth Adams, my legislative director, for all her work on this, and I'll turn it back over to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Levin. Okay, I'm going to go to you first, Mr. Cameron, Commissioner Cameron. So can you just speak to how many people on probation are tested for marijuana in New York City?
In the aggregate, we administered 7,451 drug tests per year. Out of that number, 600 was tested for marijuana.
As of last year, or?
Last year, correct.
Last year. And
actually, 600 for the last 2 years. 600
for the last 2 years. And what was the reasoning for that?
The testing, the reason behind the testing could be if we feel that the usage of marijuana can constitute to criminality. So we like to address the issue and make referrals to programs that can address that individual's issue. It's also done on a case-by-case basis and risk and needs assessments.
And let me ask you this. So is there, and I don't know if the Department of Probation could take a position on this, is there a correlation between violent crimes and marijuana based on that testing? So out of those 600 individuals, I think I'm trying to get an understanding on were these violent offenders, was there violence
I'm not privy to that.
Yeah,
I don't have that information, but I could get that back to you.
Okay, it's your first hearing, so I'm gonna be happy today. Next time, have the answers though.
Got it.
Okay. What policies have changed over the years to limit testing for marijuana? And I guess what I want to get at is, what's your universe? So just give me that number again. So over the past 2 years, there was a little bit over 7,400 individuals.
Well, last year we had the aggregate. This is all drugs, inclusive of all drugs tested: cocaine, amphetamines, opioids, marijuana. So it was 7,451 total. Okay. And out of that amount, 600 was specifically for marijuana.
Okay, so out of that number, 600 was for marijuana, and you couldn't give me an answer if those individuals, did they re-enter the system eventually based on that, or?
I'm not sure where the question is going, but we don't have a policy where we petition for violations of probation if they were tested for marijuana.
Okay. What would be the scenario in which the department would decide if someone is tested for marijuana? So just break that down a little bit more.
What would be the position?
What would be the scenario that, I don't know if any of you want to come up.
You mean to violate probation, or?
Yeah.
Well, marijuana is not the basis or the sole basis for any violations of probation. If they have a case, a domestic violence case, for example, that may be included in the petition. But as marijuana being the basis, the sole basis for violations of probation, we do not have those practices in place.
And I mean, based on the conversation we're having today as a department, so you're supporting the bills, which we're very great, and as is, which is great.
It's in concert with our general practices as we exercise currently.
Right, and then you spoke of 600 out of those individuals being tested for marijuana. So over the years, you've just taken, even as this conversation, or are you, so what I'm getting at is, are you still testing individuals right now for marijuana?
Well, as a general policy, when clients come in through intake or the pre-sentencing investigation, we have a drug assessment and also a swab test, 2 tests that's conducted in that stage.
And let me ask you this, since you're going to support this bill, I'm assuming you agree with us.
Yes.
That there is no real basis for testing individuals for marijuana, and there's no correlation between violent crime if you're automatically just going to hit the light switch on this. So would you say that the department erred in the past and that you're moving towards correcting the injustices that took place before this?
Correct, and I don't know if I can say that I was a former probationer many years ago. And the agency came since my time here, the agency have come a long ways in being more client sensitive and more client based. So to answer your question, yes. Just again, to reiterate, the basis for us to violate anybody that has marijuana usage, we don't have that practice. We try to refer them if they have an issue. We try to refer them so they can get assistance. If it's going to constitute to criminality, if it's going to contribute to bad behavior, we try to address those issues.
So you're not violating people?
No.
Okay. All righty, I think that's my questions for you. Any of my colleagues have
Thank you, Mr.
questions
Chairman.
for probation? You get off easy because you support the bill today.
Thank you.
Councilmember Drum.
Just one quick question. Of the 7,400 and the 600, do you have the racial breakdown of those groups?
I don't have that privy at this time, but I could get that information to you.
Can you give me the racial breakdown of how many people, of people in the probation department itself?
Don't have that information, but I could get that to you.
Okay. I think I read a story today in the Daily News, if I'm not mistaken, that while arrests are down, there's a 2% uptick in the number of black and brown people who are still being arrested for marijuana possession. Do you believe that that's reflected in any of the work that the probation department is doing?
I don't know, but I know we had 270 individuals that were rearrested for marijuana, and out of that, no one was petitioning for violations of probation. I don't know the racial breakdown of that number, and again, I can get that information to you.
Okay, so why are you still continuing to test for marijuana?
Again, to see if it constitutes or contributes to any criminality, to address changing behavior, not to exactly violate them for probation.
And how do you get the correlation between criminal behavior and marijuana usage?
It's done on a case-by-case basis through case management protocols, assessments, risk needs, and tools that we implement.
So I think Chair Richards was hitting on this point before. If you're in favor of our legislation, I don't know how you can justify any type of correlation between criminal activity and use of marijuana per se.
Well, again, it's done by case, it's on an individual level. It's also done by special court orders or stipulations by the court. But if the assessment shows that this is a contributing to bad behavior, and then we try to address those needs by making referrals to CBOs or nonprofits to address those issues.
All right, I mean, I don't know how much bad behavior occurs with marijuana. I think, if you smoke a little bit too much marijuana, you just want to go to sleep. Or get a couple of munchies.
Or munchies.
Chill. So I would really recommend a revision of that policy. I'm glad to hear though that you're not, violating people and putting them back into jail just on that basis, though. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Let me just ask one more question on that. So you spoke with 7,400 other cases. Those are all drug cases, possession?
Those are just total administered
tests.
Administered tests.
Are you rethinking, because as we start to address the war on drugs, and we know that drugs is a crisis, a health crisis, are you reimagining, or is probation's given any thought to just reimagining possession period, outside of marijuana?
We are in the process of redefining this. Again, I've just started, so I'm in the mix now, and we're coming up with ways to address these issues. But yes, we are currently.
And I think the question I'm getting at is, if you're on crack cocaine or you're using heroin or, obviously opioids is a big epidemic. I guess the larger question, I know we're focusing on marijuana today, But the larger question I think we have to ask ourselves as a society is if we should be throwing people back in jail or violating people's parole and probation over possession and drug use, period, and instead viewing this crisis as a public health crisis and getting people the services that they need rather than throw them. So I know we're sticking to marijuana today, but I just wanted to point out that I think we should be reimagining the way we deal with drugs.
Understand.
Period. And then we look forward to those numbers certainly on the breakdown.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And I suspect the numbers are going to be very similar and no different than the NYPD's numbers because, you know, the system has certainly created this fact on the ground for our communities. All right, I'm going to go to Mark J. Quickly. So you support the Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act?
We support what's contained in our recommendations. Our position is that legalization, irrespective of which bill ends up moving forward, should focus on the key areas that we identified in our report, namely promoting public health and safety at the same time, redressing past disparities, promoting economic opportunity, and ensuring that equity is served at every stage of the legalization process. As with any form of legislation, we can identify areas where we think things should be bolstered, including and especially on the local authority front. But those are the tenets that we want to see emphasized in any legislation that moves forward.
And do you view any changes necessary for the act, or did the task force think there should be any changes towards the act?
Certainly, and again, foremost in the area of local control and authority, we want to see a very robust role for local officials to play when it comes to the implementation of marijuana legalization. We want to make sure that it's not simply a matter of getting local input, but actually having a say that's binding, whether it's related to licensing, siting of marijuana facilities, things like that. Again, regulation of home cultivation, regulation of business practices to an extent. We want to make sure that is reflected in any final legislation to the extent possible.
Right, and let me just speak to that. So is Nycc working with, for instance, the Department of Small Business Services or the Economic Development Corporation, or have conversations started with those specific agencies who I think would oversee, this particular process?
We've certainly had conversations with multiple city partners on how this implementation would look like. We're still in the planning stages. Obviously, there's only so much we can do without knowing what the final legislation will look like. Right now, we're focused on advocating in Albany and making sure that they have our ear as they continue to debate this issue. But this is an administration-wide conversation.
But I'm assuming I'm assuming localities, with the push of the mayor and others, will get a lot more control in this conversation. So I'm sort of want to critique your statement a little bit and push the administration to really come up with more of a robust plan and roadmap for that specifically now. I mean, we shouldn't wait for the passage to start thinking about how a grant program would roll out, how we would ensure the permitting process could work for communities of color. I think the longer we take to get our act together, the more of a disadvantage it will be for communities of color as this conversation moves. So I would just hope that we're really going to move aggressively and really start to have real conversations, although I understand we're waiting for the state to act, but let's just make the assumption. Let's not get behind the horse on this one. And then at the end of the day, communities of color really be at a disadvantage for grant programs and startups. MWBE participation in this, or MBE participation in this business, it should be huge as well. So you spoke of disparities, I believe. Can you tell me about, so obviously, the Daily News, once again, Councilmember Drum pointed out today, reported although arrests are down summonses have somewhat peaked off, that the disparities still are ticking up. So I'm just interested in what conversations Nycc is having with the NYPD on this. Are you looking to sort of address some of these disparities now, or are we waiting for, is the overall strategy to wait for state legalization to take place?
No, certainly not. I mean, the efforts toward disparity mitigation have commenced long before this moment in time. We've been working with law enforcement and community partners to really identify kind of what the sources of disparities are and the best ways to address them. First and foremost, you know, we should address the fact that, in our view, and again, this is reflected in our report, the penalties for marijuana use and consumption have exceeded the actual conduct in terms of proportionality, which is why we advocate for civil enforcement over criminal enforcement to the maximum extent possible, consistent with public safety. We also think that there's a component toward ensuring, and this is especially true if and when legalization moves forward, that everyone is fully aware of the circumstances under which enforcement can move forward and when it cannot. Whether we're talking about training police officers on the new law or doing community outreach and public education on what the law does and does not permit. Additionally, we want to make sure that community members are aware of where it is they can consume, how much they may be able to possess, what they can do vis-a-vis other members of the community in terms of exchanging and gifting marijuana, and making sure that they don't run afoul of the law thinking that they're doing something that has been legalized when in fact there's a remaining restriction on that activity. So this is an evolving issue. It definitely has the attention of the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. It definitely has the attention of our law enforcement and community partners. You know, we are not yet ready to declare victory on that front, far from it, but it is a priority to address.
And one that, you know, the state calls for obviously a ban on public smoking, period. Does the administration generally support that?
The administration supports it, recognizing, though, that individuals will and should have some place outside of their home where they are permitted to consume, whether that's a licensed on-premises consumption site, things like that. We recognize, especially in the context of Nycc, those folks are going to continue to be under federal regulation that, as of now, unequivocally prohibits use of marijuana on premises, and we need to make sure that those folks have an outlet to engage in activity that for the other residents of the city, other residents of the state, will be legalized at the state level.
And just, I guess, if you can speak a little bit more of what that would look like, right? Because obviously we know, as you've acknowledged, smoke-free housing and public housing, you know, our big concern is that obviously as we move to civil summonses, that there will still be a huge disparity in the way that the civil penalties are delved out as well. So how do you mitigate that for public housing residents? Will you work with local businesses adjacent? What if they don't have businesses adjacent? Are there designated smoking areas put in place? I mean, I think some other countries do that. So just give me a little bit more, if you could flesh out a little bit more of what that would look like.
Sure, and I'm about to sound like a broken record and probably will continue to sound like a broken record, but this again is where local control really comes into place. When the city and local officials have a say in where these business establishments are sited, including on-site consumption establishments, that can allow us to best ensure that communities have places to go and to be able to consume without fear of enforcement. That's critical for individuals in Nycc. It's critical for individuals across the city. That is one of the areas where we think it's important for the state to expressly allow us to have that authority so that we can address those equity issues. Otherwise, it's going to be entirely in the hands of the state.
Right, and let me just go through, so have you taken, so I know the governor and the mayor made an announcement on congestion pricing yesterday, and then they also spoke of revenue tax revenue generated from marijuana sales being utilized for the MTA. Is this the administration's, I just want to get on the record, is this true philosophy? Is this, or more than a philosophy, or is the administration in alignment with the governor on this particular use of tax revenue?
I think the administration is, again, reemphasizes that equity remains kind of a central tenet of what we want to see addressed with legalization. We know that obviously use of tax revenue is a component of how those equity goals can be achieved. But again, we think that there are other areas to accomplish those same goals that don't touch on use of tax revenue, centrally, again, local authority. To grant the city some use of funding through tax revenue, but to disallow them from having other authority when it comes to licensing and citing and additional local regulation would be a very, very critical misstep, we believe, on the part of the state. We think it would undermine the ability of both the state and the localities to accomplish their stated shared goals when it comes to equity.
Right, and I think our concern is even with local authority that the revenues that are coming down are not going to reach the communities that were most harmed. So can you speak to, are there any other strategies you're thinking about with tax revenue that could be generated from these sales now?
Sure. Well, under the at least governor's proposal, and I think this under most proposals, the state would have the lion's share of tax revenue by a pretty substantial margin. Given that that is their starting point and in all likelihood their ending point, we would put it on them to ensure that we have the resources necessary. If they are enjoying the lion's share of tax revenue with respect to marijuana taxation, we want to make sure that that money is reinvested in the communities and in the initiatives, the equity initiatives that we think are crucially in need of those resources.
And a large part of that revenue is going to be generated, as usual, from New York City.
Correct.
So I would hope that the administration is really having a strong conversation as this is negotiated on even small things like startup grant money for people in communities. We know access to capital is always a challenge in our communities, even for MBEs that exist in this city. Incubator space, I think Oakland has a few models that we can specifically look to as well, including the prioritization of permits as well for individuals who've gone through the system. They should be prioritized through this specific process. I'm going to go to Councilmember Lander, I believe, has questions. Levin? Lander, you have questions? You have questions? No questions? Okay. Councilmember Barron, you have questions? No. You have a comment? Okay, so we'll go to Councilmember Barron for a comment and then for a statement.
And it's just generic. Thank you to the chairs for holding this hearing. And my comment relates to the language of using the term black market for the illegal or underground market. And I see the report from Cyrus Vance uses the term black market. So I just wanted to bring, and I do have a memo that I'm sending to my colleagues, to call attention to the fact that language is powerful. Dr. Martin Luther King, I was trying to find his quote, I couldn't find it, talks about the fact that when he looked up black in the dictionary, of the 120 meanings that he found, 60 of them were negative. And when he looked up white in the dictionary, all of the definitions were positive. And in this country, words have power. I don't know if the term black market came up here earlier. I wasn't available to be here. But I would call attention to not just my colleagues, but to all of those who are listening, that we need to be very sensitive about how we use black. You have the term black market, you have black sheep, which one of my colleagues used recently. You have black magic, you have black on black, you have black ball, you have black list, all of which carry a negative connotation. So I would call attention to the fact that we need to be sensitive and be more appropriate and selective in the words that we use to describe those activities or conditions that may not be positive, and avoid the term black. And if I do hear you use it, I'll remind you that I find it offensive. So I just wanted to make that comment. And generally, I also looked at the legislation in particular, which assumes that marijuana will be legalized. As this committee began to look at the high incidence of the community of Blacks and Latinos being the victims of overzealous policing, we were looking to make sure that that did not happen. We were not looking to legalize marijuana. So as you can tell from my comments, I'm not thinking that I'm going to vote for that. But if it does happen in the state, I see that most of this is talking about how are we going to benefit from that. You don't profit from things that are not good. People profited from slavery because it was there, we might as well make the most of it. So I think that should marijuana be legalized, and it still remains to be seen, that we need to not think about how we can look to build the coffers of those communities that have been disenfranchised, because those persons who might be engaged in what is criminal activity because it's against the law now, I don't know that they're going to run out and qualify to get the licenses and be able to get the money to open up a shop. So the same instance that we have of persons being choked to death because they were supposedly selling loosies, I think is going to be something that we need to consider will still go forward, and that those individuals who might be engaged in what is not regulated will still be subjected to the overzealous and discriminatory practices of NYPD. So that's just a comment that I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Barron.
Thank you.
Go to Councilmember Levin now.
Thank you very much, Chair. I did want to ask just around the question of if legalization happens, and the Chair may have touched on this as well. How do we ensure, are we interested in creating an equity program that is able to provide city capital, so no interest business startup loans, equity to equity program participants, or other types of endeavors that the city can do to encourage people that have been affected or impacted by the war on drugs to be able to participate in a small business, start a small business.
Absolutely. I mean, we view this issue as multifaceted and multidimensional. The economic side of it is one of those dimensions, and then that includes making sure that we back our stated goals of equity, licensing, and equitable economic opportunities with support, with money, with guidance to local entrepreneurs, to local business people who, up until now, have had access to none of that.
And is there a role for Department of Consumer Affairs and Small Business Services in creating new programs to do that?
Potentially, certainly.
And the issue of a no-interest loan program?
Potentially.
And are we starting to think about how to strategize on how we can engage with communities that have been impacted through outreach efforts, or working with probations or other agencies, small business services, to do meaningful outreach? I heard a story just yesterday in Massachusetts, in Somerville, Massachusetts, where they're having a challenge of finding or engaging with communities that have been impacted to get people in meaningful numbers to participate in the cannabis equity program that they have in Massachusetts.
Yes, certainly. I mean, primarily through our Office of MWBE, we've been doing a lot of outreach through them to make sure that we're having the right conversations with the right people to make sure that our planning actually results in a program that is responsive to the needs of the communities we're trying to target.
Are we engaging with the state in the state legislature and the governor's office on how to best create a program that can work with a kind of local control mechanism in New York City?
We're definitely speaking with that again with respect to licensing as well as economic support that could be available. We are having those conversations. We're hopeful that folks in upstate and in Albany are receptive to what we're saying.
Okay, and is the city willing to commit that we'll really only we'll really only support a legalization effort that includes a meaningful local control and licensing and equity programming that can be determined by the City of New York?
Our position is that any legalization effort that lacks those provisions and lacks those initiatives would fall far short of what legalization should look like.
Okay. Are there and where are you looking elsewhere in terms of best practices for how we should be doing this?
We've looked frankly, at every state that has enacted this in one form or another. There's wide variety in terms of how localities and states have enacted and implemented legalization. Colorado versus DC versus Alaska. Certainly California recently being added to the mix. And so we've had those conversations with local officials. We've looked at their models. We've looked at their laws. So we've tried to touch every resource that we possibly can.
And then just lastly, I don't know if you want to comment on, and the chair might have asked about this, but the article that came out this morning that shows that even while arrests have declined significantly, still disproportionately affecting communities of color. I mean, obviously, the significant decrease in arrests, and I think it was 80%, is a huge step in the right direction. But the lingering disproportionate impact remains. So, can you speak to that a little bit?
Of course, it remains a concern of ours, undoubtedly. We view the changes that PD made and that the administration has advocated for as first steps, not last steps. There's only so much that we can do now, given what state law demands when it comes to enforcement and regulation of those offenses. Again, which is why we're advocating that as a second step, the state eliminate criminal penalties for marijuana-related conduct to the extent possible, consistent with public safety. We think there's a lot of room there, and that would be our second step, but again, not our last.
And then I just want to ask, how would you define restitution to communities and individuals that have been impacted by the war on marijuana over the past generations? What does from the city's perspective, what does restitution look like, both in terms of the community and in terms of actual individuals that have suffered through this?
I think restitution will look like whatever they start telling us restitution looks like, but as a starting point, among what we are advocating for example, our expungement of criminal records as a starting point, to start addressing those past harms, to start addressing those disparities for conduct that post-legalization will no longer be subject to criminal penalty, ensuring economic opportunities are distributed equitably across the city and, of course, across the state, and making sure that the conversation doesn't end at the point of legalization, but continues thereafter.
And then lastly, and we're going to be touching on this at Monday's hearing around child welfare. And we don't have clear data, but we hear anecdotally a lot of stories about people that have wound up in the child welfare system and may have a long-standing case that, or that they're, if a call goes into the state central register, they may have an indication of neglect as a result of marijuana use. That has happened. That indication remains on their record until their youngest child is 27 years old. That affects their employment opportunities, other opportunities that they should be afforded. Through that's different from expungement. Does this administration feel, does the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice feel that is within kind of your purview to comment on, and how should we be approaching that, which is an analogous system, but can have just as devastating an impact when somebody gets caught up in it?
That was definitely an area in which the task force focused on, again, among others. Our recommendation on that front is that in those proceedings, in those family court child abuse and neglect proceedings, marijuana be treated consistently with how alcohol is currently treated, which is to say that the mere use of it, it would not be the basis for a petition. It would not be the basis of a child removal from the home, but rather, to the extent that it may be indicative of neglect or abuse, especially if consumed to excess or where it starts to impair the parents' or guardian's ability to care for the child, that would be the way in which it would be factored. But mere use, mere possession would not be a basis for that.
But that's prospectively. What about retrospectively? So there are plenty of people who have had, and again, because think about the timeline. The youngest child, somebody could have had, a case indicated by around marijuana 35 years ago with their first child, and their youngest child is 25 years old now, and that is still impacting their life. So there are thousands and thousands of these cases that go back many decades now. How do we approach the retrospective aspect of this, and how do we engage in some restitution there? That's a challenge.
It's certainly a challenge. Frankly, questions and issues with respect to the statewide central register are in the hands of the state. They will determine how they administer that database. They will determine what they do with records involving parents who have been subject to that type of action solely on the basis of marijuana use. We would advocate again that they do it in a way that's equitable and responsive to the concerns that you've brought up, and again to the concerns that we brought up in our report.
Yeah, because it's important obviously prospectively, but people have suffered for many years for this. Okay, I appreciate your testimony and your answering my questions, and I'll turn it back over to the chair. Thank you.
All right. To Chair Espinal.
Just going to read my statement, then we can move on. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rafael Espinal. I'm the chair of the Consumer Affairs and Business Licensing Committee. Today, the committee, in conjunction with the Committee on Civil and Human Rights, as well as the Public Safety Committee and Committee on Justice System, is hearing feedback on a range of resolutions aimed at fairly regulating the recreational marijuana industry, should it be legalized in the state. Statements from both Governor Cuomo and members of the state legislature indicate that making recreational marijuana legal in New York State is a major priority. Ensuring the safe, workable, and just regulation of recreational marijuana will take a nuanced approach, as there are a range of complex issues that will need to be considered. At the state level, it will be vital to have uniform standards for potency levels and restrictions for young people. However, the city must also have the regulatory authority to effectively address the hyper-localized issues that we can expect to surface once recreational marijuana becomes legal. As we heard earlier, New York's black and brown communities have been disproportionately impacted by marijuana enforcement policies and the negative collateral effects that result from such policies. In order to begin to remedy the disproportionate burdens imposed by the war on drugs, New York City should be empowered by the state to regulate certain aspects of marijuana licensing. For example, if the state implemented the measures called for in Resolution number 741, the city would be able to prioritize individuals with prior marijuana convictions when issuing licenses. This would be a first step in trying to rectify some of the past racial inequalities that stem from marijuana criminalization. The other resolutions we are hearing today focus on empowering the city with the authority to deal with the range of New York City-specific issues. Unlike the rest of the state, New York City's residents share the most densely populated urban environment in the country. When considering smoking in public spaces or cultivating marijuana, these characteristics will have a huge impact on the challenges that the city will face when regulating such measures, and these will differ markedly from the rest of the state. Consumer attitudes in New York City also differ from those in other parts of the state. In the city, residents can make use of delivery services that are able to provide door-to-door delivery of everything from groceries, alcohol, and laundry to makeup services, chicken hatching eggs, and condoms. It will therefore be important for the city to be able to monitor the delivery of recreational marijuana within the city's limits in accordance with state age restrictions and consumer expectations. The city already has similar powers related to tobacco licensing. Despite the plethora of state laws that regulate tobacco use and sale across the state of New York, the city has the ability to license and restrict tobacco retailers. Using this authority and to prevent the concentration of tobacco retailers in particular neighborhoods, New York City has capped the number of tobacco and electronic cigarette retailer licenses according to each community district. Any New York State laws enacted to govern recreational marijuana should similarly empower the city's legislators to create specifically tailored rules and regulations. New York City will undoubtedly face its own set of unique challenges if recreational marijuana is legalized by the state, and any effort to address them will have to balance the range of complex and competing residential, business, and consumer demands. City agencies already regulate a wide range of similar industries and policy considerations, which indicates that they are well equipped to tackle the particular challenges New York City will face after legalization. City agencies are also in the best position to determine which local communities were most harmed by marijuana criminalization and to fashion equity regulations that seek to remedy those harms accordingly through meaningful economic opportunities. So with that said, thank you, and thank you for the hearing.
Just two more questions. So you spoke of obviously density, and we talked about public housing. How will home cultivation in a dense city like New York play out? And what I'm getting at is we may see a very robust consumer delivery business happening here. So have you envisioned that, or can you speak to some of your thoughts on that?
We certainly, we can see from other jurisdictions that permit home cultivation that folks will take advantage of being able to cultivate in their homes. To what extent they will do it, how common it will be, remains an open question. In New York City, there's only so much room in people's houses, by and large, to dedicate to this. I don't know that they'll do it. In our conversation on the task force, we often made reference to, the $15 tomato that you grow in your backyard that's about the size of a quarter. People may try to do it and then see that it's really not worth their effort, particularly when higher quality product is available legally and accessibly, just down the street. So there are a lot of open questions in terms of how home cultivation will look like to the extent that it's permitted in New York City. We did, of course, raise questions and identified flags regarding the fact that home cultivation itself, if done improperly, can pose a risk. And when you're in a city where people literally live on top of each other for tens of stories, those risks are heightened, and more people could be subject to the harms from those risks. We've spoken with partners at FDNY, at NYPD. They've certainly articulated their concerns. Again, if done poorly, home cultivation, aside from posing a fire hazard, could present a mold hazard. In order to cultivate this plant, you need to effectively replicate a tropical environment in a city where we don't natively have a tropical environment, and you combine water and heat, you're going to get mold. That can put folks at risk in a way that they may not have anticipated. So we want to make sure that localities have the ability to first determine what the baseline would look like for home cultivation, and then to be able to make adjustments as needed to address both access and public safety.
And although I don't want to promote this agency, sorry, I just have to say the Department of Buildings somehow would probably need to be engaged in this conversation too, and don't ask me what that looks like. But DOB should certainly be a part of that conversation. And then my last question was just on federal criminalization of marijuana. How does that impact the city's ability to regulate the industry? And specifically, if big banks don't want to get involved because of potential criminal liability, what could the city do to help small businesses?
Sure. So we recognize that the federal prohibition obviously poses a number of barriers for the development of a legal market anywhere in New York City or in any other state that has moved forward with legalization. Our recommendation in the report is to make sure that there are alternatives that are made available, alternative banking services, for example, that would allow entrepreneurs and local businesses to access banking services without running afoul of federal prohibition, federal regulations concerning the use of marijuana-derived funds. That could take a number of forms, including the establishment of a state-chartered bank that would, under some models, be able to mitigate against some of those federal prohibitions, and we've articulated those concerns to the state.
in the city, I mean, obviously state and feds probably regulate banks more than us, but I'm just interested in knowing, you know, would there be a larger role for the Economic Development Corporation to play as well, or nonprofits? I don't know what that looks like.
Sure,
But
potentially.
trusted partners who could give out low interest loans and grants. So I think when we talk about the tax revenue coming in, you know, that's certainly something we're interested in seeing, like land banks, you know, similar models to ensure that the communities we're trying to ensure could benefit from this, you know, have a leg up. And we know banks historically don't lend or they redline in certain communities. We could put that out there. So really thinking more broadly about, you know, what are prospective organizations that we could work with collectively to make sure communities could get grants and loans. So I'm hoping that's something part of the conversation. And if not, that's why we're here today.
Thank you. It is.
All righty. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming out. Good to see you. You did okay today, Ray Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He knew me my first day when I started at the council, so before I was elected,
Came a long
15
ways.
years ago.
Very proud. Came a long
16
ways.
years.
You also knew me, too.
Yes. Take care. Enjoy.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we're going to go to the next panel. Melissa Moore, Drug Policy Alliance, Eli Northrup, the Bronx Defenders, Jackie Karamana, Brooklyn Defender Services.
I don't have copies, I'll have to send them later.
You may begin. State your name for the record and who you're representing, and then you may begin.
Good afternoon, my name is Jacqueline Caruana, and I am a senior trial attorney in the criminal defense practice at Brooklyn Defender Services. I want to thank the council for the opportunity to testify. I have submitted written testimony, but I'd like to focus on a few key reasons why BDS supports legalization of marijuana. As it was discussed earlier already by the Office of the Mayor's policy of issuing criminal summonses for marijuana possession, as opposed to making arrests, actually increases racial disparity. In the first 6 months of 2018, and I believe these statistics were already put on record, even as total arrests for low-level marijuana possession declined, the racial disparity actually increased, with Black and Latinx people making up 89% of those involved. I want to talk about what happens to an individual who can potentially be given a summons as opposed to actually arrested. It doesn't actually prevent that individual from eventually being arrested. I actually represented an individual who I'm going to call Mr. J. Mr. J was in the hallway of his apartment in Brooklyn, a NYCC building, where he lives with his family. That evening, the warrant squad from NYPD came into the building and arrested Mr. J. Earlier in the year, Mr. J had received a summons for possession of marijuana in the Bronx. Mr. J did not know where to go to take care of that summons. He also didn't have the money to pay for the summons, so a warrant was issued for his arrest. Mr. J had to spend a night in jail, and when he appeared before the judge in criminal court in Brooklyn, because I was representing him, the district attorney dismissed his case. The district attorney stated on the record that the reason why they were dismissing his case was because they were not prosecuting low-level marijuana offenses. Well, that did not prevent Mr. J, who is 19 years old, who is Black, who lives in city housing, from spending the evening in jail in criminal court in Brooklyn. This ties directly into my next point, which is that New York must end the practice of using marijuana laws as an excuse to surveil and control people of color. For far too long, the mere smell and sight of marijuana has been used by the police as a pretext for frisks and searches that were overwhelmingly racially disparate. As long as marijuana is on the books as a crime, people will continue using it as a justification to stop and search individuals who are Black and Latinx. Mr. M, who is also a client of mine, and 5 other young Black teenagers were sitting on a park bench in front of Nycc housing. Police officers said that they smelled an odor of marijuana and found 2 burnt marijuana cigarettes scattered on the ground in front of this park bench. The police arrested all 6 of these teenagers. They did not issue them summons, charging them with possession of marijuana. These individuals were taken down to the police precinct where they were questioned for more than 6 hours about unrelated offenses. This happens all the time. The police are using marijuana as a pretext to harass individuals in certain communities. Additionally, I want to talk about THC oil because there is a resolution that is proposing reclassifying THC oil and all other marijuana-based products from a controlled substance, criminal possession of a controlled substance in the 7th degree, to that of the equivalent of what's being said in the bill as flower marijuana. THC oil is also being used as a pretext for police harassment. I have examples of 2 different car stops from September of 2018. That's not very long ago. This is after there has been news articles about district attorneys not prosecuting marijuana offenses. One, we'll start by calling him Mr. A. Mr. A's car was stopped because he was idling for longer than 3 minutes in front of a fire hydrant, and the police claimed that Mr. A had THC oil in the center console of his car. Mr. B was stopped because he was parked in front of a no standing zone, and the police claimed that Mr. B had THC oil in the cup holder of his car. Mr. A and Mr. B were both arrested, not given summons, arrested, booked, brought to central booking in Brooklyn, and charged with criminal possession of a controlled substance in the 7th degree, which is an A misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year in jail. And that is why BDS supports the resolution 0745, which calls upon the state legislature to pass and the governor to sign legislation that would reclassify THC to the equivalent of flower marijuana, but also that would legalize THC oil in the same way that the council proposes to legalize marijuana.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Richards, other council members. Thank you for your attention to this matter. My name is Eli Northrup. I'm a criminal defense attorney at the Bronx Defenders, which is a public defense organization in the Bronx. As Chairman Richards said earlier today, marijuana has effectively been legal for white people in New York City for years, and the racial disparities have been discussed at length in enforcement in this hearing, but these racial disparities are even more stark in the Bronx, where 95% of our clients arrested for marijuana offenses are Black or Hispanic, many of them young men. As a holistic defense organization, we've seen the ways that the disparate enforcement of marijuana laws have hurt our clients, not only in criminal court, but in family court, housing court, civil proceedings, and especially in immigration proceedings. In large parts, the recognition of this racial bias which has led to the legalization effort here, but simply changing the law to make it legal to possess and smoke marijuana going forward is not enough. Any reform must be restorative. It must address the past harms caused by decades of racially disparate enforcement. Now, our written testimony addresses the collateral consequences of these convictions and issues surrounding sealing, but I'd like to speak to you today about a couple of specific issues that we find troubling. First of all, regarding vacature and sealing, while the district attorneys of Manhattan and Brooklyn have held events in their boroughs to vacate past misdemeanor marijuana convictions, our district attorney in the Bronx, Darcel Clark, has thus far been unwilling to take this step. If she's serious about providing justice to the citizens of the Bronx, the people who she claims to represent, she should clear the records of thousands of citizens of the Bronx who have been targeted for marijuana enforcement because of where they live and the color of their skin. We're calling on DA Clark to use her power to ameliorate these harms. She can do this without waiting for the legislature, as her counterparts have done. And the policy that she did announce today in her written testimony, though she did not appear before the council, is still far behind the policy of the Manhattan DA. Now, regarding criminal penalties, The Bronx Defenders supports the resolution 0075-2018 urging for the passage of the Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act. Unfortunately, Governor Cuomo's current proposal to legalize marijuana has some serious flaws, especially when it comes to criminal penalties. And I just want to give you one example. Currently, it's a misdemeanor to transfer a small amount of marijuana to anyone over 18 years of age. Under the governor's proposal, the age for criminal sale to a minor is raised from 18 to 21, and the penalties are harsher than under the current law. So under Governor Cuomo's current proposal for legalization, it's a Class D felony for two 20-year-olds to pass a joint between each other. Why should this behavior be punished more harshly when marijuana is legalized than when it was illegal? And this is especially troubling in light of a recent report by the Data Collaborative for Justice at John Jay, which found that between 1990 and 2017, 18 to 20-year-olds were arrested for marijuana offenses at a much higher rate than any other age group. So this harsher penalty, which is likely meant to discourage sale to minors and use by minors, will only impact racially and economically marginalized people. Finally, legalization should end the practice of law enforcement using the odor of marijuana as a pretext to stop and search people on the street. We're not talking about people who are smoking marijuana on the street. We're talking about people who smell like marijuana. This practice is de facto stop and frisk. As public defenders, we know that the odor of marijuana is the most common rationale police officers give for approaching and stopping our clients. And as the body that oversees the NYPD, this council should enact legislation that states that if marijuana is legalized, its mere odor does not provide law enforcement with reasonable suspicion to search or arrest someone, except an investigation of use in DWI cases. The truth is that marijuana enforcement is rarely about marijuana. It has always been a vehicle for policing and surveilling and social control of certain communities. And if we want to get to the heart of this problem, those are the issues that we need to address. Our clients have long been targeted by the NYPD for marijuana enforcement based on their race and their socioeconomic status. The legalization effort must take into this account and make them whole. And on that note, the money needs to go back to the communities affected and not to the MTA. Anything short of this is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Melissa Moore, and I'm the New York State Deputy Director at the Drug Policy Alliance, the nation's leading organization working to advance policies and attitudes that best reduce the harms of both drug use and drug prohibition. The Drug Policy Alliance appreciates the opportunities to submit testimony to the Council and thank the members for coordinating this joint hearing. The Drug Policy Alliance and the Start Smart campaign believe that it's time to stop the ineffective, racially biased, and unjust enforcement of marijuana prohibition in New York and to create a new, well-regulated, and inclusive marijuana industry that centers equity, is rooted in racial and economic justice, and reinvests in communities that have been the most harmed by marijuana criminalization. We've worked with many of your offices over the years as the Council has exercised oversight around marijuana arrests, and now that New York is on the precipice of legalizing marijuana, we look forward to continuing to work together with the City Council to ensure that the framework for legalization centers justice. There's an existing bill, the MRTA, as has been spoken about already in the legislature, and in his annual budget, Governor Cuomo presented his marijuana legalization framework as well, the Cannabis Regulation and Taxation Act. But as negotiations continue at the state level, it's clear that there are multiple ways in which New York City can take action now to address past harm and create an equitable framework going forward that's rooted in racial and economic justice. But take a step back first. Why do we need marijuana justice? When we think about the more than 800,000 people that have been arrested across New York in the last 20 years alone, despite the state legislature decriminalizing low-level marijuana possession 40 years ago, clearly decriminalization has failed New Yorkers. As has also been discussed, these arrests have been extremely racially biased. But it's more than just the arrests. Removing prohibition is important, but it does not necessarily address all the collateral consequences that people face from prior criminalization. We have to intentionally and specifically address those impacts in the field of immigration, family law, and discrimination in housing and employment based on a prior marijuana arrest. With housing, This is particularly important as an individual seeking to attain or maintain access to public housing following a marijuana possession arrest or conviction can be disqualified from living in NYCC developments for 3 years at a minimum, or this can cause them to face permanent exclusion policies. Although marijuana possession was removed from NYCC's eviction and permanent exclusion offense list in 2014, thousands of people arrested before this decision still faced a difficult and often unclear process for having their bans lifted. And now, the enforcement of smoke-free policies in NYCC as a result of the federal ban on smoking in public housing could result in evictions for tenants that do not adhere to that policy or who continue to smoke in their unit, as all residents must sign the lease amendment as a condition of their continuing occupancy. This makes the council's legislation 296 particularly important, and also makes the provision at the state level allowing social consumption places or on-site consumption particularly important because that activity would be banned in public housing. With regard to employment, because DCJS automatically notifies most public employers and licensing agencies of an arrest, these automatic notifications can actually lead to immediate suspension of people in many different employment fields. A person doesn't even have to be convicted for their employment status to be threatened. Upon arrest, individuals in some occupations, such as teachers, face automatic dismissal from their positions, and for many others, work time missed because of an arrest cycle could potentially result in the loss of employment. Additionally, most public employers are entitled to terminate or suspend employees based on any immoral conduct, giving them a great deal of discretion in how they handle a reported marijuana arrest. State-issued occupational licenses that allow many New Yorkers to earn a living working in positions related to medical services, childcare, and education, security, and taxi and limousine service can all be subject to revocation or denial as a result of a marijuana arrest, which makes the resolution before you today that much more important. Additionally, with regard to probation, I was glad to hear the comments on the prior panel. However, we know that data gathered by the Legal Aid Society's Parole Revocation Defense Unit show that marijuana was involved in more than 20% of parole violation charges in New York City in the first half of 2017. Now, some of that might have shifted in that time, but nonetheless, in these cases, alleged use of marijuana was charged and played a major factor in the parole violation case and the client's continued detention in the parole violation, in many cases sending those people back up to Rikers. In some cases, the use of marijuana is the sole charge for the violation, which can result in time in custody. We would say that the Department of Probation should not require individuals on probation to submit to marijuana testing unless that is expressly required by the court as a term of probation, and that only in very, very limited instances. In addition, immigration is a major area of concern for collateral consequences. Right now, many non-citizen immigrants face deportation because of an arrest for low-level marijuana possession years or even decades ago. This points to the larger issue of simple marijuana possession being the fourth most common offense among people who were deported at the national level, and the most common offense among people deported with drug law violations. Just this year, we've seen that New Yorkers face deportation for marijuana misdemeanors, regardless of how old the conviction may be. There's no statute of limitations on that at the federal level. And also that plainclothes ICE officers have greatly expanded their efforts and are now showing up in courtrooms all across the city to arrest people whose immigration status is in question at a rate of 1,200% higher than in previous years. So just really quickly, what does legalization need to include then in New York? We talked about clearing records, addressing the collateral consequences across the board. This should also include resentencing and reclassification for people who currently have more serious charges beyond just low-level possession. Indeed, this should, as Eli said, protect against continued criminalization of youth and help people transition from the illicit to the legal market. This should also, as he said, end the practice of using marijuana as an excuse to surveil and control people of color in this city and in this state. Additionally, we're advocating for community reinvestment. As the New York City Comptroller highlighted in his December report, 7 of the 10 lowest income neighborhoods in New York City fall among the top 10 for marijuana arrest rate. There's a clear correlation there in the economic toll that has happened, in addition to obviously the toll in people's lives. So this should be addressed by making revenue available as restitution to the communities that were the most harmed by prohibition for job training, economic empowerment, and youth development. A number of parties, as has been discussed, view legalization as a windfall and as a potential cash grab in this moment where they're trying to siphon off that revenue. But it's clear that those funds should rightfully be earmarked for the communities that have been disproportionately affected by criminalization. And just wrapping up, a note on equity, as has been discussed a lot. Legalization can have a positive impact economically, particularly in communities that have been destabilized by prior criminalization. But for this to happen, we have to intentionally center equity. It will not happen on its own. We've seen that countless times in other states and other jurisdictions. Even where they've very much tried to build an equity program, there are still significant roadblocks and barriers, including access to capital requirements, and also making sure that people who have prior contact with the criminal legal system are not blocked out of being able to access the legal market. New York also has to create a social equity program on day one. We know that if that isn't in place the minute legalization takes effect, in terms of retail sales, that market share will be gone, will be taken over. And additionally, we have to create a licensing structure that's favorable for small businesses and small-scale cultivators so that there are entry points for these individuals to participate in the market and build ownership and wealth in the communities that have traditionally been sidelined from this process. So that would include micro-licenses, co-op licenses, which I know will be discussed more by other participants here today, and also notably allowing delivery licenses and social consumption licenses as well. And just a final note regarding incubators, which have been discussed as part of the equity program. As has been highlighted, due to a number of factors, including lack of financing options because of federal prohibition, it's imperative to provide that additional level of support to small-scale entrepreneurs, particularly aspiring business owners of color and those from communities that have been directly impacted, if the goal of legalization is to build a diverse and inclusive market. Any legislation to legalize marijuana in New York State actually has to establish an incubator program that will provide that direct support to small-scale operators who are marijuana license holders. That support should include counseling services, education around owning and operating a business, coaching, compliance assistance, and funding in the form of grants or low or zero interest loans. So as we gather here in the marijuana arrest capital of the country, repairing the damage done by marijuana criminalization and ensuring that the communities most harmed can participate in a meaningful way in the industry absolutely must be centered. It's up to us to ensure that the adult use framework in New York does not benefit large corporate players over the communities that have been ravaged by over-policing for decades, and the many small businesses and individuals from those communities who are poised to participate. Legalization can be an economic engine, but only if we work intentionally. And we look very much forward to working with council to make this happen.
Thank you all for your testimony. Just a quick question. So most of you work with people who've been detained for marijuana. Is there a correlation between violence and marijuana usage? And do you see that amongst your clients?
No.
Okay.
I would have to agree, no.
No, and there's further study on this from Professor Harry Levine, who has really gone in depth in looking at the data, which shows the vast majority of people who have ever been arrested on a low-level marijuana charge don't commit any other offense and had never committed an offense prior to that.
Right, and District Attorney Vance said that I think less than 1% or so of the individuals brought in had some sort of violence issues. Would you say similar in the Bronx or wherever your prospective clients are from as well? You would agree with that statement that there's very little correlation between the two?
Yeah, our experience in the Bronx is in line with that.
The same in Brooklyn. I mean, I don't have specific numbers, but it's been the same in my experience in Brooklyn.
And looking at the statewide data that DPA has analyzed, the same also is true all across the state.
And then, can you just speak to the impacts on the court and the bail system when it comes to these low-level marijuana arrests and summonses?
I mean, I can sort of speak to the process in Brooklyn, which is if somebody is arrested as opposed to given a summons for a marijuana arrest, whether they fall under one of these wide exceptions that NYPD is using to arrest instead of issue the summons, or that police officer has just ignored whatever the policy is with NYPD. This individual does not immediately, this person does not get booked and then taken to court within a couple of hours. It can sometimes take even 24 hours. And as I said with the example of one of my clients, oftentimes sometimes teenagers are brought to police precincts and are questioned for a period of time before brought to central booking, sometimes not given an opportunity to call family or to let anybody know where they are. So it's a very significant process, or a very significant consequence to that individual, even if they're then released on their own recognizance and bail is not set by the time they actually see the judge, or they're given a marijuana ACD, meaning their case would be sealed in 1 year from that date. If they're given a summons, the process is difficult to understand for that person, as you know, to how to comply with the summons, where to go, which courthouse, how much do I need to pay? Do I have the money to pay? Do I have transportation to get there to even take care of this summons? And then because it's a criminal offense, the warrant squad is authorized by NYPD to go and arrest this individual, and then that process starts all over again, where they're held, they're interrogated oftentimes, they don't get to notify parents. Sometimes they're taken out of their hallway without a coat. I mean, we're seeing this happen, and then we have a district attorney saying, okay, well, we're not prosecuting that. Well, I mean, there's a complete lack of miscommunication between the DA's office and NYPD in that regard.
And I would just say that there's also the possibility of collateral consequences with summonses, and oftentimes the summons courtrooms are staffed by attorneys who are overworked and don't have the same holistic training, and so somebody actually gets less information about what's happening, and that can lead to a harsher collateral consequence down the line. So the real answer is to not enter these cases into the criminal justice system, the summons system, at all, because just because they're going to the summons part instead of the criminal part doesn't mean that's the end of the problem.
Right, and a summons and also an arrest, of course, could still be found by a potential employer if they're doing a background check on an individual, for example. This is also a problem with somebody who receives an ACD, which is often referred to as not a big deal, but of course it's a big deal for a person if they have an open case pending against them on the books for a year, if they're trying to seek employment, secure housing, or get even loans to continue higher education. It's a significant issue for those individuals. And then with regard to bail, as you were saying, a prior offense or even just an ACD for marijuana can affect somebody's ability to be granted bail for a future case as well, because it's deemed prior contact with the system that's used against that person.
And last question for DPA. Can you speak to, so you spoke about the incubator grant programming. Is that in the state bill?
It is in part, and I should be specific that there's a robust incubator program in the Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act, which has been moving through the legislature for a number of sessions now. The governor's proposal, the CRTA, does include some provisions around incubator and social equity programs. We think they could be strengthened further, but there is an effort there and a lot of dialogue at the state level right now between the members of how to make that more robust.
Great. All right, I'm going to go to Chair Majority Leader Cumbo for a statement, and she may have questions for you as well.
Thank you, Chair Richards, on this very innovative, forward-thinking committee hearing today. I also want to thank all of you for your presentations. They've been very informative, and if we don't have the testimonies presented here, I would like copies of them, because this is definitely going to help us in terms of policy moving forward, and I'd like to reference them. I also want to recognize in my district Reverend Trufant of Emmanuel Baptist Church, who this weekend held the first mini conference on the business of cannabis at his church on an all-day Saturday conference. And it was powerful, it was informative, and it's a day that I never thought I would see in my lifetime. So it was really very forward-thinking and something that I never thought I would see. I'm still, in my mind, processing that I went to church as an elected official for a mini conference on the entrepreneurship of cannabis. But it's so important that we're having these conversations and changing the mindset. Here in New York City, and I want to talk about two particular bills and beyond, particularly in Black and brown communities, we have been hit hardest by the war on drugs. And now we must be the beneficiaries of the soon-to-be booming cannabis industry. We cannot let this pass us by or our communities. While New York State engages in a transformative cannabis legalization expansion, we want to underscore the importance of allowing local control of cannabis licensing with equitable distribution for opportunities for MWBEs. I am proud to have put forth Resolution 0737 that would grant New York City agencies the authority to regulate local licensing of recreational marijuana in the city. We know that one size does not fit all when considering cannabis licensing, distribution, manufacturing, cultivation, testing, and production. We must be sensitive to the fact that one size does not fit all. What is good for the state may not be good for the city. The city of New York is the most populous and largest city in New York, home to over 8 million people. We have different opportunities and challenges than other cities. Who better to know what is best for our city than the people and community that live and breathe the air? We want our cannabis industry to be locally centered, and we do not want to be pushed and pulled in any political game when the state and city might be at odds. Local control would mean that our city could tailor and uplift communities where we see fit. We can choose how many and what type of licenses we will issue. We hope that we can create specific rules surrounding cannabis production and distribution, and that we can dictate whether or not delivery services or brick and mortar storefronts will be permitted. We as a city must have the ability to set our own rules and regulations pertaining to the cultivation, production, and distribution of cannabis and licensing. New York City should also be empowered to make local licensing laws regarding cannabis use in parallel with the city's current authority over business licensing. And I'm also proud to be a prime sponsor with our new public advocate-elect, Jamani Williams, on 1445. We proudly support the prohibition of drug testing for pre-employment hiring procedures. Drug testing is a violation of personal privacy, and it has limited thousands and thousands, particularly of young people in communities of color when it comes to employment opportunities. It's not an employer's business what you do in your spare time if it doesn't affect your work product or the safety of clients, colleagues, and stakeholders. We want to underscore the importance of protecting all people from unfair hiring and firing practices due to cannabis use. Now, with my background, and of course, everyone knows that this has to be coming, although we have not spoken about it, according to the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis and the National Endowment for the Arts, arts and cultural industries generate $114.1 billion to the state economy and employ 462,000 people and award $46.7 billion in compensation. Arts and culture simply do not get their fair share of our budget. I would like to propose that once cannabis is rolled out here in New York State and City, we must create allocated funding streams to support our various sized arts and cultural institutions. So when we talk about cannabis and how we want to make sure that communities of color that have been hit hardest, we must make sure that our small, mid-sized institutions of color that have been doing this work for so long to hold our communities up and to support our young people are certainly at the forefront of making sure that our institutions continue to provide the level of support for our young people within our communities. Thank you, and thank you to the panel. And again, thank you so much, Councilmember Richards.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councilmember King as well.
Thank you, Chair Richards.
And we're joined by Councilmember Gibson.
I want to thank you all for today's conversation, and thank you for your testimony as I listen to you all as attorneys and helping us save young brothers and sisters who've been caught up in an unfair system. I say thank you for your service each and every day. I used to play the game basketball, and we all play basketball. And it used to be a term, you know, even you're down 20 points in the fourth quarter, the game isn't over until it's over. And so I'm a little confused why I'm constantly hearing the conversation when it's legalized. Until it's formally and rightfully legalized, we should still listen to all sides of the conversation. So I share a voice of many who have spoken to me about not supporting the legalization of marijuana. Why? I'll just double back to what you were talking about, the unfair and the discriminating practices that allow more people of color to be locked up than their white counterparts. Well, I go back to the Constitution where the 13th Amendment, which made slavery unlawful in this country unless you are in prison. Well, that means there has to have a form of slavery still exist, which is just called incarceration. And if that, in order for that system to exist, you got to have people that you got to put in there. So any rules that they can put in place that hurts communities of color, because the 3/5 said that so-called slave, that black is not equal, you put them in jail. So even when they did sharecropping, you still were locked up because sharecropping wasn't really equal means. Even when you have policies that are against economics where you redline certain communities that someone with the same credit score can't get the same economic opportunities that someone else in purchasing a house. Or you go into certain school districts, and certain school districts are better than other school districts based on color. So when we start talking about marijuana, I said, listen, I can't support anything that takes any person, especially a young person, out of its element. I say to any elected official, be mindful, be careful, because when you got children, God forbid that your 3-year-old is in a room that gets a contact from an older, younger person that's smoking weed. Or let alone, what are you going to tell a kid that is 14 who comes home, can't get his schoolwork done because he's smoking weed all day long? And what is the parent going to say? Well, we made it legal. So we got to be real careful when we start talking about the legalization, what the effect is going to have on the next generation. I think it's very disingenuous and misleading to tell everybody that they're going to have an economic boom in their neighborhood when we open up cannabis shops. No, there are going to be communities of color who are not going to have access to open up the big corner store. And what ends up happening, that young person, again, who still, they want to get into that business, they're still going to get arrested. Even you legalize liquor, and alcohol is legal, but you can't sell Johnny Walker on the corner. So we got to be real mindful when we start talking about the economic benefits that everyone's going to benefit from. Because if you don't want to arrest black people for marijuana use, then don't arrest them for marijuana. Don't say legalizing it, because that's the conversation that's been thrown out for months. If we legalize it, then you know what? Not so many people of color are going to go to jail. You gave the testimony of 80% of the Bronx of people who are getting locked up for marijuana. Well, why isn't that happening in any other borough, any other community that doesn't look like the black and brown community? Well, that's a policing problem. That's not a law. It's not a law problem. So I'm saying we got to be real mindful. I'm going to keep saying be mindful, because so many people, I think we're having a disingenuous conversation of how it's really going to hurt communities of color and not help people of color when you talk about legalizing marijuana. So I'm going to stop right there, because I'm very passionate about, because I know there are some of my principals today who complain about trying to deal with marijuana use in the building. Now, you imagine you 15, 16-year-old, once you smoke a joint or two, you're not learning fractions, you're not learning anything for the rest of the day. You've checked out. So if people want to do it for medicinal reasons, then fine. Then, let's find a reason, put it in a pill. But to tell a 14-year-old or 18-year-old, and even if you set an age limit of 21, trust me, the 13-year-old still going to get their hands on it. What message are we sending? So I want us to be real careful for everyone that's having these I call misleading conversations, because if you want to correct your incarcerating system, then fix your policing system, fix your incarcerating system. Certain rules are on the books to save people's lives. And if using marijuana is illegal and it hurts somebody, then everybody across the city should be treated fairly, not target one set of people. But then I go back to our first conversation. There's a reason you have a jail system, and you got to put certain people in that jail system. And one of these policies from policing was allowed to do that. So I'm asking us, and everyone, when you talk about, let's be fair in our real conversation, what legalizing marijuana does, and not spin it, because a percentage of people who will profit, and it won't look like Malik on the corner, it will look like somebody else. So if you want to stop harassing Malik, then stop harassing Malik. But I don't think we should be legalizing a drug that does more damage than saving lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember King, for your statement. Can you go into, because you did speak about social equity programming, so can you just go through what that would look like as well?
Absolutely. And I would also offer that Drug Policy Alliance didn't start working on this issue with the intention of legalization. We started on a decriminalization and a fairness and equity campaign a number of years ago. And within that work, we found that decriminalization hasn't worked for New York. That has been the law here since 1977, and yet we've still had over 800,000 people arrested for low-level marijuana possession across the state, the vast majority of those people arrested here in New York City, mostly due to stop-and-frisk practices and other very targeted and racially motivated policing practices that still continue, despite supposed bans on those practices. So from our perspective, we got to this point of working on legalization in order to take that tool away in terms of the justification that officers use for interactions with community members, as we've spoken about at many prior hearings. And thank you again, Chair Richards, for your work in this area to really bring that to light. In terms of the equity programs that are being discussed at the state level in that framework, there's clearly a need for improvement, but they are substantial in terms of what's included right now. That would be a micro business license, which goes back to the potential way for people to transition from the illicit market right now into the legal space. That is a license category that, contrary to all of the other licenses that would ban vertical integration, meaning that we don't want just large corporations running the show on this, within the micro license category, somebody would be allowed to produce, process, and then sell the product at a lower volume level than the larger license categories, but it would allow that person to basically do each piece of the puzzle, as many people are doing now in the illicit market. So it provides a potential entry point for people. In addition, there are many other supports that are being talked about as part of the framework for an incubator program and what the other components of the equity should look like at the state level. A lot of it surrounds making sure that people have the proper information and counseling to be able to succeed in this space. And happy to go into more detail if folks are interested, but I'll pause there.
And can you, what did I write here? I can't understand my handwriting. Okay, I guess I will. Oh, okay. Oakland also, and I'm not sure if it worked there, but they also had a framework that prioritized communities with the highest amounts of summonses and arrests. And I think even the way they wrote it in is because we know neighborhoods are also gentrifying as well, that there was a specific time frame you had to live in the community as well, prior to being able to be considered a prioritization. So what I'm getting at is if you just moved into a gentrifying neighborhood, you shouldn't necessarily get that first prioritization because you live in that zip code, but certainly looking at prioritizing people who've been there for a decade or more, or those who've been actually summoned or languished in prison over low-level offenses as well. So is any of that part of the conversation as well up there?
Absolutely, and thank you for raising those important points. So the way that it was structured in Oakland and other jurisdictions as well, San Francisco, Los Angeles, also in our neighbor Massachusetts, has set this forth as part of their equity program, where there are basically criteria, and if somebody meets a certain percentage of those criteria or certain classifications, it strengthens their equity application, like the more categories. For New York, the primary categories are if somebody has been directly impacted by criminalization and the drug war themselves, if they live in a community and have lived in that community, to your point, for a certain amount of time, and also if they make less than 80% of the state median income, that would qualify people. So ideally, you're positioning the people who are the most disadvantaged first and foremost, and then build out from there in terms of who can potentially apply. But it is important to note that in Oakland, where they included those measures, there's still been a lot of faltering in that program, primarily because people cannot access capital. They can't get financing, and that's the big piece of the puzzle that hasn't been adequately addressed anywhere that has equity programs.
Yeah.
And that's something that we really need to focus on here in New York City.
And that access to capital is critical. That's why I
That's
brought it
right.
up to the administration as well. And then also, I think there was a requirement around bigger corporations offering incubator space as well.
That
I'm not
was
sure
the-
how did that, I mean, if you follow that, can you speak to, has that worked?
Yeah, we're in conversation regularly with advocates and with people who are working in this space in Oakland, and what they highlight is there was a provision that it was 1-to-1, so a license that was granted to a larger entity would then have to be matched at the same time with the license to an equity applicant, and part of that was intended to provide sort of a runway for people in the equity space to either have a physical space that they would be able to use or some other support. What's happened, unfortunately, is that hasn't panned out that way at all, and there is no enforcement mechanism behind it to actually hold the entities that are getting the benefit of supposedly offering a support or service to actually hold them accountable for doing that. So we're hearing about, an entity that says that they're providing an actual production space for an equity applicant, which then shows them to a closet that's like a storage closet packed with brooms and cardboard boxes that's not even cleared out, and is like, great, this is your space. Meanwhile, they get their license and they're good to go, right? So clearly, that model is not effective in the way that it needs to be, and so we think that we should look to go beyond that here in New York City and make sure that there's accountability as well.
Right. Perhaps taking away your license if you lie. All right, I'm going to go to Majority Leader Cumbo and then to Chair Lansman.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, because I completely respect the views and opinions of my colleague, Councilmember King, but I also didn't want to be confused in terms of my statement or the resolution and introductions that we've put forward to say that the interest in cannabis is solely economical. I think that we're at a critical time in history in terms of how we're moving forward with this, and there's the reality of what's actually happening in our communities. And I think, being an African-American woman growing up in an African-American community in East Flatbush, I feel that when you look at Black communities in particular, there are so many industries that are functioning in our communities that we have no stake in or no control in. So if you look at the Chinese food industry, the pizza industry, the hair care industry, the bodega industry, all of the different restaurants, all of the different food opportunities, all the different hair care opportunities, all the different supermarkets, all the T-Mobiles, all the Dwayne Reeds. There are so many businesses that function, particularly in Black communities, that we don't work at, that we don't own, and with gentrification sweeping through our neighborhoods, there's a turnover of all of those businesses that I just discussed that are mostly now white-owned in our communities. So for many, when we're talking about cannabis, I think many people in the African-American community have to make two decisions. They have to either make the decision that the cannabis industry is coming. It is coming, and it's on a fast track. And if I spend my time fighting it, of an industry that people believe will come regardless, will this be yet another industry in our communities that will be functioning and thriving, that we will be consumers of, but not owners of? So I feel that that's one look, while on the other hand, there's the idea of, if we do legalize it, is that going to create other opportunities for us to be criminalized, or the reality that even if we're at the table right now, our communities are still not going to benefit from it? So it's a really very complex conversation, and I almost think that decriminalization and legalization need to be two separate conversations, because they're both packed with so much that needs to be unpacked. And I think that my view in it is that it is an industry that's coming, and it is coming fast, and we have to figure out how our communities can benefit so that there's just not yet another industry that we have absolutely nothing to do with. But I think in doing that, we also have to take control of how fast this conversation is moving to make sure that we are making sure that the decriminalization is at the forefront, but that we're also working collectively to make sure that the legalization doesn't come with further criminalization of our communities, as well as economic impacts that are not going to benefit our communities in that way as well. So I just wanted to be on the record in terms of how I see this moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Going to go to Chair Landsman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, I had to step out earlier. I just want to follow up on one thing that I see in the testimony from Bronx Defenders. And it reads, while the district attorneys of Manhattan and Brooklyn have held events in their boroughs to vacate past misdemeanor marijuana convictions, District Attorney Darcel Clark has thus far been unwilling to take this step. And I'm just curious whether or not you've had any conversations with her or any feedback from her as to her reasoning. We'll have an opportunity to ask her directly. They're testifying before my committee in a couple of weeks. But
Yes, I'd ask that you do that. We've been given really no rationale for the failure to take action. I know that she submitted testimony to this to the committees this morning, and it doesn't go that far. It seems as though it's an obvious thing that she could do to help the people of the borough, and that her counterparts have done, and we have not gotten an answer to that question.
okay, thank you.
Alrighty, thank you. No other questions? All right, thank you all for your testimony today. We're going to go to the next panel. Emily Marie Ramos, Ihai Mi Madre, Co-op Green Workers, Co-op East Harlem Preservation, Julian McKinley, Democracy at Work Institute, Fred Newton, handwriting looks like mine, Kenny Mack, Organic Relief Solutions, Fort Greene, Fred Newton,
Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you for this hearing. Thank you for the council members that are here. My name is Fred Newton, 8-year retired city employee. My political club has asked me to be in charge of a marijuana study group since it's about to legalize. And last February 13th, I was at a press conference outside City Hall Park. Oh. February 13th, I was at a press conference outside City Hall Park, and I support everything that was in the package that was presented to me, much of which was discussed today. But the thing that startled me, the thing that stunned me, was realizing Health and Hospitals
Don't hold the mic. You don't have to hold it.
Okay. Health and Hospitals Corporation routinely drug tests pregnant women before, during, and after their pregnancies. And if the drug test is positive, they refer it to Children's Services, and Children's Services Child Protective Services frequently removes the children from their parents. And I said, oh my God, isn't this exactly what we gave Donald Trump hell for last year and his minions in Homeland Security and ICE? This really stunned me. Where was the outrage when Child Protective Services were doing it? If it's wrong for Donald Trump and his minions, it's also wrong for Child Protective Services. Another thing they talked about was the black market. And one thing that was not discussed today was, if legalized and if corporations control it, we're going to have problems with genetically modified marijuana or pesticides in marijuana. I was shown an article where Bayer Monsanto applied for a patent. And if they get their way, and if marijuana legalizes, do we have to worry about GMO marijuana? A lot of people don't like GMO food. And another thing that that motivates me is, as far as drug prohibition goes, I remember a quote from Mark Twain, who once said, "Nothing needs minding so much as somebody else's morals." And in addition to law enforcement, I remember Michelle Alexander campaigned to end Jim Crow. What's the main cause of racism? She said the Zimmerman mindset. And that caused a light bulb in my head to go off. The reason we really have the war on drugs is the Kerry Nation, Harry Anslinger, Rudolph Giuliani, Jeff Sessions mindset. And that's a problem that reinforces law enforcement more than it would otherwise be enforced. And thank you for the opportunity to test. If I have more time, I'll yield it to somebody else.
Thank you so much, and we're having a hearing actually on next Monday, I believe.
Hope to be, we'll
really
be here.
deal with, yes, all righty. You may begin. Press your mic, press your button.
Hello. Hi, my name is Emily Ramos. I grew up in the Lower East Side and Spanish Harlem of New York City. I am currently a worker owner of a women and femme of color marijuana cooperative called Hi Mi Madre. We are recent graduates of the Green Workers Cooperative Academy in the Bronx. I also recently used to be a civil legal advocate with the Neighborhood Defender Service of Harlem, and previously worked as a public benefits advocate with the Urban Justice Center Safety Net Project, and prior to that was working with an immigration attorney as a paralegal. Currently, I am a board member of the East Harlem Preservation Committee. I am the Marijuana and Worker Cooperative Small Business Liaison. I also am a retailer at the CBD shop Come Back Daily. We're currently opening a shop in Harlem this Thursday between 118th and 119th Street on 5th Avenue. I come into this work as someone whose family has been directly impacted by the prohibition of the war on drugs. My father was arrested in 1993, a few months before I was born, for selling marijuana in Bruges houses in the Lower East Side. I met my father when I was 5 years old in a prison upstate. It was my first time meeting my dad. And it was very difficult growing up in a low-income community in Nycc houses with a single mother. My brother's father was also a victim of the crack epidemic. So my mom had a difficult life, had to drop out of college in order to support my brothers and me. And so I am in full support of ending marijuana prohibition in New York, and in support of Assemblymember Crystal Peoples-Stokes' bill and Senator Kruger's bill. I'm also in support of all the Safer New York Act bills, the STAT Act, the Pass the Special Prosecutor legislation, the End Police Secrecy Repeal, CRL 50A, reduce unnecessary arrests for non-criminal offenses, and ending the marijuana prohibition and making sure that the reinvestment goes into the communities, families, and individuals who have been most impacted by prohibition. I've been very fortunate in my life that despite prohibition impacting my family and growing up in low-income housing, I was still able to get a college education and attend Ithaca College and work as a paralegal in all of these nonprofit organizations, being able to serve my community and give back to my community, because I know what it is like to live in a community that is under-resourced and the struggles that you have to face trying to find food, trying to find money to pay rent, trying to find money for your basic needs. Let alone think about vacation or your education or any of those things when your basic needs are not being met. When I talk about Equity Day One, I'm talking about reinvestment in communities and families directly impacted. I'm talking about making sure that people who are currently in prison for marijuana-related convictions are released from prison. I'm talking about auto vacature. I'm not talking about expungement or sealing, because I worked for a public defense office and I helped people with rap sheet cleanups. I helped people with certificate of good conducts and certificate of disabilities for relief. I know that it can take months to get something sealed, months to get a certificate, and even then you may not get approved, and even then you may not get access to employment and housing. I know that in NYCC housing, you can't smoke weed, you can't smoke cigarettes, and you could lose your housing if you are found to smoke weed or cigarettes. You could lose your housing if any of your children or anyone in your apartment is found to have those things. And then if you're released from prison and found quote unquote rehabilitated, there are permanent exclusions and things that could be barring you from living in NYCC housing. So those kinds of regulations need to be changed. There are a lot of people upstate in homeless shelters who are not able to return to their families in New York City because of these kinds of permanent exclusions. I'm talking about ensuring that there's capital for people who are interested in starting their own businesses, for people who have been directly impacted, whether or not it is a marijuana business or not. Capital for people who want to start their marijuana businesses, business incubator programs, similar to Green Workers Cooperative Academy and Center for Family Life and such. I'm talking about social service programs for low-income folks. I'm talking about a universal basic income. I'm talking about a public bank where marijuana businesses can put their money in a safe place where people can get loans to start their marijuana businesses. That is really important. I'm talking about free applications for equity applicants. I'm talking about free licenses for equity applicants, startup costs for equity applicants, priorities for residents, and priority for the equity applicants, and having a ratio 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 for equity applicants. I would like a limit on vertical business licenses to corporations and businesses, with the exceptions of co-ops and micro businesses. Unlimited micro businesses licenses, a separate category for worker cooperative business license, mixed-use business license, consumption lounges, 1 to 2, 3-day event permits, 24-hour delivery, home cultivation. No recriminalization of our communities, which means like no arrests for people who are selling marijuana in the extra legal market. We need to create a pathway for these business owners who have been running the extra legal market this entire time so that they can run legal businesses in this industry and profit from this industry. I'm talking about ending the removal of children for mothers who are drug tested, and not allowing the current medical marijuana businesses to be grandfathered into the current marijuana industry because they do not reflect the communities who have been directly impacted by the war on drugs. And also, similar to what you were saying before, drugs should not be seen as a criminal issue. They are a health issue. I am for prison abolition and ending the criminal justice system. The testament to whether or not our criminal justice system is functioning correctly is the amount of people we have in our prisons. So the less people in prison, the better our criminal justice system is working. The less prisons we have open, the better our criminal justice system is working. If we are filling up our prisons and have to keep opening up new prisons, then our criminal justice system is not working. And if we cannot allow equity applicants to operate on day one of the industry, then we need to push back the start date until they are able to operate on day one of the industry, so that they have capital, they have housing, they have employment opportunities, so that they have business incubator programs, so that they can properly enter the industry with the resources, tools, and capital they need. We do not want to sell our industry to corporations, to Monsanto, to big pharma, to big alcohol. These are the people who have been poisoning us this entire time and lobbying against marijuana legalization in the state. Do not allow them to profit from this industry. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony. Well said.
Good afternoon, members of the Committees on Public Safety, Justice System, Consumer Affairs and Business Licensing, and Civil and Human Rights. My name is Julian McKinley, and I am the Communications Director for Democracy at Work Institute. We are the only national organization dedicated to building the field of worker cooperative development. Worker cooperatives, for those who aren't familiar, are values-driven businesses that put worker and community benefit at the core of their purpose through worker ownership and democratic control of the business. The Democracy at Work Institute was created by the U.S. Federation of Worker Cooperatives to ensure that the worker cooperative development in economically and socially marginalized communities is adequately supported, effective, and strategically directed. The opening of this multi-billion-dollar industry presents a tremendous opportunity for all New Yorkers. Without a strong equity agenda in place from the outset, however, those who paid the biggest costs of the drug war, such as severely limited employment and educational opportunities that are results of over-policing and mass incarceration, will continue to suffer the unjust consequences of outdated and unjust policy. Centering communities most detrimentally impacted by the drug war in all facets of legalization would bring about not just avenues for participation and a chance to thrive in this emergent industry, but an opportunity for redressing past harms. We support, in general, Resolution 744, which aims to remedy disparate burdens on people of color and the enforcement of marijuana prohibition by, amongst others, reinvesting tax revenue from legal marijuana sales. However, we want to highlight issues in implementation in other communities with similar practices we can learn from and improve upon by including more robust equity supports. A foundational element of the Oakland, California marijuana equity program is a $3.4 million pool seeded through cannabis tax revenue. This pool is used for zero-interest loans of up to $100,000 per business for equity licensees. Unfortunately, these loans have been delayed in disbursement by over a year or more, as they require the collection of tax revenue to seed it. Thus, equity licensees already at a capital disadvantage in comparison to venture-funded or otherwise well-resourced general licensees who do not come from communities that have been disproportionately impacted by marijuana prohibition, have had an even later start and a more difficult time competing and entering a crowded market, where timing and early entry are key to success. We can learn and improve upon equity programs that exist in states with adult use of marijuana. For example, other states' equity programs lack incentives to create and enable worker ownership as a means to level the playing field for communities most adversely affected by prohibition to enter and succeed in the marijuana industry. A marijuana equity program for New York City should include shared ownership through cooperative businesses, which can unlock opportunity and facilitate wealth creation in impacted communities. Worker ownership has a strong, proven track record in New York City as a tool to economically advance low-income communities of color, thanks to the support of City Council and work led by the Worker Cooperative Business Development Initiative. Democratically managed, worker-owned businesses have a history in the U.S. and around the world as a means for working people to access business ownership, create better jobs, and build wealth in their communities. Jobs at worker cooperatives, where the workers are the owners, tend to offer extensive training and opportunities for skill building. They provide better wages and have greater participation than conventional companies. They see lower turnover, have high survival rates, and the profits stay in the local community. A marijuana equity program for New York City that includes supports and incentives for cooperative ownership in the industry will undoubtedly create stronger points of entry and opportunity for economic inclusion for low-income communities of color locked out of the industry due to lack of resources and capital. We recommend that City Council include worker cooperatives and shared ownership supports as part of equity legislation, including that proposed by Resolution 744. This can include zero-interest loan assets for businesses structured as worker-owned cooperatives owned by members of directly impacted communities. In addition, we recommend fast-track licensing with worker-owned businesses, especially cannabis testing laboratories, which the Executive Director of the State Office of Cannabis Management has the discretion to mandate and contract with. Also, preferred city and state contracting and procurement quotas for worker-owned ancillary businesses that are part of regulating the marijuana industry, such as video monitoring, compliance, and seed-to-sale traceability. On behalf of Democracy at Work Institute, I want to thank the Council for the opportunity to testify. We support the call for cannabis equity through explicit equity provisions and advocate for the inclusion of shared ownership, especially worker ownership, in this effort so that New Yorkers who have disproportionately suffered from criminalization, especially those in low-income communities of color, see justice and immediate and powerful avenues for participation in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
I actually wasn't planning to testify today, so I didn't have, I don't have anything prepared, unlike my co-table mates here who did an outstanding job. I was compelled to testify because I am, one, a huge cheerleader for cannabis as a plant and as a product, and two, I am a huge cheerleader for the borough of Brooklyn as the most incredible place in the world. I am a Fort Greene resident.
I would disagree with you, though.
Well, of course you would, because you're from Queens, and I'm not mad at you because we're all 718. But
let him talk.
Thank you, because that's my council member right there.
I was compelled to speak, or I was compelled to testify today because I wanted to speak into. First of all, this is a revolutionary week in New York State and in New York City in the cannabis industry. As we speak right now, the New York Conference of Mayors is having a summit in Albany to talk about cannabis legalization. And as my council member talked about, my local Baptist church, Emmanuel Baptist Church, and Reverend Trufant held a seminar this weekend about minority empowerment in the cannabis industry. And it was spectacularly mind-blowing to be in one of the most incredible houses of worship in Clinton Hill, Brooklyn, surrounded by minority and women business owners talking about cannabis, sanctioned by the congregation and the membership. It was really moving, Councilmember Cumbo, and it was awesome to be there. I also wanted to say that this is a revolutionary week because of this council holding this actual hearing, and I am super proud of the chairs and of the members for leading in this way. And so I want to thank you for having this hearing. I want to thank you for your leadership in law enforcement and making sure that something that was illegal on Tuesday doesn't necessarily cost someone their freedom or their future if it's legalized on Wednesday, if they were arrested on Tuesday. So I want to thank you for your leadership in law enforcement, and I also want to thank you for your leadership in supporting MARTA as opposed to CARTA, because what MARTA does is it provides more avenues of opportunity for business owners than CARTA does. The governor's plan for CARTA essentially provides a head start for big cannabis. When people talk about vertical integration, it's easy to ignore the fact that there are currently 10 vertically integrated cannabis organizations in New York State. So any future prohibitions on vertical integration, as an extension or as a consequence, provide an advantage for those 10 organizations, which, according to the governor's bill, are going to be able to become recreational operators on day one. So we would, in theory, already have 10 big cannabis vertically integrated operators on day one if the governor's bill CARTA is passed, as opposed to MARTA, which provides more opportunities through micro business licenses, delivery services, other ways that people can access the supply chain without large influxes of cash or supports of cash to be able to get into the business. But the one thing that I wanted to talk about was how not all vertical integrations are created equal. We talk about large operations and then we talk about small, but we don't talk about small to medium. And so what that effectively could do is cap the growth on some of these small businesses. If a small business can never grow into a medium-sized enterprise, then they're essentially limited to being a small business forever, and then you've created two different cannabis industries. One for large operators, which could essentially be considered analogous to, say, a Miller InBev, right? A huge beer brewer who makes consumer light beer and consumer beer like Budweiser and Bud Light. And then you're essentially prohibiting the development of somebody like Sam Adams, a smaller operator, or Brooklyn Point is what I should say, a smaller operator who can be vertically integrated, but just not on the same scale. So when we talk about limiting vertical integration, it makes sense, according to the mayor's guidance and according to MARTA, to limit large-scale vertical integration, but it doesn't make as much sense in terms of innovation and entrepreneurship here in New York State, to be limiting small businesses by not allowing them to be vertically integrated. So we are a minority-owned cannabis operator based in the Bay Area, working for 20 some odd years, we could not be more excited to come to New York because it's not only the largest illicit or underground market, but it's potentially one of the largest adult use markets on the entire planet. And so tens of billions of dollars of new wealth are going to be created in the next decade, and this council has the power to create the regulatory structure around which this industry will develop in New York City. And as we know in policy, if it doesn't work in New York City, it doesn't work in New York State. And so this council has the power, this council is in position to create the regulatory framework that will be able to address past wrongs, that will be able to direct where some of these tens of billions of dollars of new wealth that are going to be created, where it's going to go in terms of the operators, the entrepreneurs, the innovators, as well as whatever regulations are going to govern big cannabis. So one thing that Reverend Trufant talked about that really stuck with me on Saturday at Emmanuel was there are people outside of the industry who might just have questions. I imagine that the members of this council have not been involved in a vertically integrated cannabis organization. You are far too busy serving the people of your districts and serving the people of New York.
You can't have two jobs.
Exactly right. And so what we look forward to doing is being a resource for this council and for my local council member so that you can have a forum to ask questions about how the plant impacts the body, how the plant impacts the community, how the industry impacts the community, how operators might be able to take Malik from the corner and turn him from someone who is operating outside of the law into someone who can come into an operating business, start to pay some taxable income. And one thing that we will do is we will share profit with Malik so that he can bring his customers as well. We have to keep in mind that people who are only used to being served in the illicit market may or may not be comfortable going into one of these new dispensaries. They may prefer to get their, and I call it medicine because cannabis is medicine, they may prefer to get their cannabis from a provider who they already know and have a comfort level with. And so some structure needs to be created to allow Malik from the corner to come into a regulated and taxable shop and to also bring his customers with him so that they don't have to be put off by going into a new environment in order to get their medicine. And so we look forward to dialoguing with council members and staff about how to accomplish these goals. And I think it's important to keep in mind, this is the most consequential legislative effort in the biggest market since the civil rights movement. This council has the power to deliver on the economic promise of the civil rights movement through this regulatory effort. And so I commend you for your work, especially you, Chair. And I commend, I offer our assistance, our 20 years of experience operating in the Bay Area, anything that we can do to help this council get more information, better information to pass a good bill, because our belief is, putting CARTA aside and commending Senators Kruger and Assemblymember Crystal People-Stokes for the work that they've done in drafting and passing MARTA, we look forward to being a resource for this council and for you council members as you decide how New York City is going to regulate this new industry and how you're going to direct this new well.
Thank you. And we're going to go to questions from the Majority Leader.
I want to thank you for your testimony. I'd hate to see your written testimony if this is your off the cuff. But I thank you very much for that, and I'm proud to have you as a constituent in the district and look forward to discussing this further, because you are so right that we have hundreds, if not thousands, of topics that we have to be very well versed on. And this is a huge topic that we certainly do need as much education and as much information as we possibly can have. But I just wanted to direct my comments to the young lady that testified. I just want to applaud you, because you've certainly taken a very difficult life challenge and turned it into something meaningful and positive, and didn't allow the challenges that you faced with your father being separated to break you or to bring you down in a way that you could not recover. You have utilized a painful situation to help yourself, to help your family, and to help your community. And I thank you for the courage that it took to share your story, because you say it so effortlessly, but for many people, your story would be one that they may not feel comfortable in sharing. But you certainly brought forward something that is inspirational. So I thank you for that, and thank you for your courage today.
Thank you so much. I wanted to say two things really quickly. One, I forgot to mention, this is a question. What is your plan for folks who have multiple convictions where their first conviction was a marijuana conviction. Then they were released from prison, and because of that, they were barred from entering the legal industry for a regular job, and so went into extra legal markets and have other convictions that are not marijuana related. Could be narcotics, could be weapons, but started off because of the initial marijuana conviction. What is your plan to help these people who have been affected by prohibition? And secondly, I am hosting a marijuana forum in the Lower East Side at the Boys and Girls Republic in sponsorship with Harvey Epstein from the Lower East Side and a few marijuana organizations. If you are able to attend, that would be great. It's open to the public Sunday, March 3rd from 2 to 4 p.m. at the Boys and Girls Republic on 6th Street and Avenue D. We'll be hosting more forums in East Harlem, Washington Heights, and the Bronx. The East Harlem Forum will be on March 23rd, hosted by the East Harlem Preservation Committee, but we are still solidifying a location. So if you want to follow us on Instagram, Jaime Madre, HIGHMIMADRE, you'll find more information about upcoming marijuana forums, so you can get informed on what resources are available to help you enter the legal marijuana industry, and so you can have your voice heard, because Harvey is carrying over our policy recommendations to his working group in Albany, because he's signed on to Assemblymember Crystal Peoples-Stokes' bill. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you. And I'm going to have council staff follow up with you. This is my counsel to the committee follow up with you. And that was really sharp in the way to get your commercial out. I think this is the first time this has happened, I think, at one of my hearings. I want to applaud you for being sharp enough to not only get the information to us, but out to the public who's watching this on Channel 774 for some reason. Alrighty. Any other questions, comments, concerns? All right, thank you all for your testimony. You're going to slide over, Anthony.
What time? What time?
And then we're going to call the last panel here.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Oh, Regina Smith, Harlem Business Alliance. And then I'll say Brian Cunningham, Building Contractors Association, and Donald Rancher, BTEA, if they are here.
Good to see you. Legal aid, right? Yeah. Oh, okay. You want to go first? However you want. I can close it up. I can close it. Okay, thanks. Dun, 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 dun.
Anthony, you may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, council member.
Good afternoon.
So I want to thank the committee chairs and the members for holding this hearing. And you have my written testimony. I just want to reserve this time to address particular resolutions and introductions. The Legal Aid Society is the city's primary public defender, and I am a supervising attorney in the Community Justice Unit. As such, we get to work with the Cure Violence organizations, which you are familiar with, and these organizations, working under a public health motto, have shown the city and the neighborhoods where they're operating what a difference they can make in reducing crime and advancing solutions that are community-led. And the way that they tie into this conversation is that the racial disparities that have persisted under the marijuana enforcement crusade of New York City is that each one of those contacts with the criminal justice system has created irreparable harms for each person that has been impacted under this enforcement prohibition. Each one of those arrests is an unnecessary arrest that should be viewed as a public health issue. One of the resolutions that I wanted to focus on first was Resolution 296 that impacts Nycc, that including criminal possession of marijuana in the 4th and 5th degree as overlooked offenses is going to ensure greater access for housing for people. Because one of the things that we see the most is people who are in succession of tenancy proceedings, that they find themselves to be ineligible to succeed to the tenancy as a result of having one of these convictions. So getting these marijuana criminal possession 4th and 5th degrees as overlooked offenses is going to make sure that people in those succession of tenancy proceedings have a fair chance of actually remaining in their apartments and not losing their apartments as a result of that. With respect to Introduction 1445, which is drug testing for job applicants, this is a good step in the right direction, but there's a lot of weaknesses that will remain as a result of this introduction. And what the law does not do is that it does not apply to people who are being drug tested and are current employees. So they're currently employed and the law does not cover them. It creates an exception. 30C1B is too overbroad. In this exception, too many jobs in New York City already require security clearance under New York state law, such as security guards, home health aides, child care workers, education workers, and most government jobs. So basically everybody in that area, which is thousands and thousands of people, many of them low-wage workers, will not be covered by having the protections of not being drug tested under this introduction. With respect to Resolution 641, which calls for the expungement of marijuana records, it should include violations and felonies as well, not just misdemeanors. Right now, violations can take up to 3 years to be sealable, and without an expungement, they will be visible to employers conducting background checks. The Resolution 742 that calls for the localities to have power and the ability to legislate and regulate public consumption. This is something that we see a lot. Our clients and the communities that we serve do not have the luxury of consuming or using marijuana in their lofts or luxury apartments, and as a result face themselves going out into the street and being subjected to unnecessary arrests, which again, as I want to emphasize, are a public health issue. The Introduction 1427, which calls for ending drug testing for probation. As you heard from the Drug Policy Alliance, we help gather data from our parole revocation defense unit as to people who were being violated as a result of marijuana use. And something that I just want to share with you all is a few anecdotes of some of our clients in this context and how this creates greater recidivism and continues the criminalization of people's lives. So our client NB, who I will refer to as NB, is a 28-year-old woman who was released from upstate in November. She tested positive for marijuana but admitted to using while she was upstate. She asked for programming. She was referred to an outpatient program, but she missed her intake appointment. She did not miss any office reports. She submitted willingly to drug testing and reported to the shelter where she was directed to reside while she waited for her parents' address to be approved. During an office report, a shelter police officer indicated that MB smelled of marijuana, strip searched her, found nothing, and then issued a warrant anyway for the positive toxicologies. Probable cause was found at the preliminary hearing. Our client's status was revoked and restored to an outpatient drug program. That's just one example of how, in this context, marijuana continues to create these collateral consequences for people that are trying to re-enter society but continue to be held back as a result of marijuana still being a reason for why they're violated on both parole and probation. And just to conclude, as a result of being in the community justice unit, I have been to many community conversations and debates where community members have raised issues of marijuana legalization, conflating marijuana legalization with the end of racism or the end of the injustices of capitalism. And what we just want to make clear is that we're taking away a tool of criminalization, and you can use this momentous opportunity to clear thousands and thousands of records and to deliberately direct revenue produced by marijuana taxation into the communities that have been the most harmed. As a 17-year-old growing up in Jackson Heights, as a Latino immigrant, I was subjected to one of these arrests. And I believe to this day in my community, there is no cure violence organization. There's barely a youth program center that covers after school or cultural and arts programming. I believe they're about to bring one up in Corona, but it's 2018. My arrest was somewhere around 2007. And so basically not having revenue to go into these areas that for communities that have been the most impacted is really missing on a great opportunity to have racial justice, economic justice, and community empowerment, which is what MRTA will bring and is what we support. So thank you.
Thank you, Anthony.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Regina Smith, Executive Director of the Harlem Business Alliance. I'm also a lifelong Harlem resident. Grew up in the St. Nicholas Projects and have lived through and experienced the effect of the criminalization of our community and the war on drugs and the Rockefeller laws. So what we have done is we agree wholeheartedly, and we've been working with the Drug Policy Alliance and the rest of the members of their coalition to focus on economic justice, particularly for the Black community, because coming from Harlem, that's our area of concern. So what has been distributed to you for your review is a flyer which summarizes what we believe is necessary to foster economic justice in the Black community. So we went back further than Scott Stringer's study, which is, I believe, maybe within the last 10 years or so, to a study that was conducted by Eddie Ellis and his fellow inmates at Green Haven Prison about 40 years ago. And in that study, it's called the 7 Neighborhood Study, and it was revisited. He cited the communities that have basically populated upstate prisons, which we also understand is a driving economic factor for those upstate communities. So I have the communities listed here: Harlem, Lower East Side, South Central Bronx, Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brownsville, East New York, South Jamaica, and of course we have Black communities in upstate, Buffalo, Syracuse, Rochester, Albany, Poughkeepsie, Beacon, Newburgh, Westchester County, and Long Island that have been impacted. So what we believe is critically important is that the only people who should be prioritized are equity applicants, and they are defined as individuals who family member or the individual himself or herself was arrested, convicted, or incarcerated for possession of marijuana, or resided in a protected area prior to 2000. And the reason why we said 2000 is because our communities are being gentrified, and we feel that newcomers, relatively newcomers, should not be able to benefit from this special consideration. We also believe that there should be day one funding and yes, I have a large number here because I feel that over 40 years, and I've also heard studies where they cite 80 years of the length of time that our communities have been impacted adversely, economically, mentally, health, you name it. I mean, it's just been horrendous. I think that the $500 million number actually is low, but we believe that there has to be real dollars allocated to repair this harm. So we need to think big. 10 million has been thrown out here, I think, by the city. I don't know how much has been thrown out by the state. I don't recall seeing that number, but it just needs to be magnified tremendously. And that would be funding for the startup of equity applicant businesses and reinvestment into the protected areas. We also believe that the tax revenue should be solely dedicated to communities most harmed. We also believe in the automatic and complete vacating of all marijuana-related convictions. We don't feel that there should be, that equity applicants with prior nonviolent convictions, whether or not it's marijuana, but as long as it's nonviolent, we believe that they should be able to gain designation as an equity applicant and be able to own and work in these businesses. And again, our focus is primarily on ownership. That's what we're about: entrepreneurship, ownership, creating Black-owned businesses within our community that will turn around and hire our people. That's critically important to us. And As you all know, here in New York City in particular, black businesses are in a state of crisis. We've had a tremendous reduction in the number of black-owned businesses. We've been gentrified. We called the question a number of decades ago about the lack of affordable commercial space, the fact that a lot of the city-owned properties in our community were under city ownership, and commercial tenants were only given a month-to-month lease, which means that you couldn't possibly borrow any funds, you couldn't grow your business because you did not have a lease. You could not go to the bank, you couldn't get financing. So all of this, we have been affected by public policy in so many ways, and it continues to happen today. So equity incubators, we feel that they need to be run and operated by community-based organizations in each one of these communities. There should be incubators in each one of these communities. And community-based organizations that have individuals who are not only culturally sensitive, but also culturally competent. That's critically important, and there's a difference. But we need to understand how important culture is to working with a population that has been harmed in this fashion, and the type of support that they will need. Gestation and leveling period. We believe that our community should be protected from mega million cannabis companies, that we should have exclusive rights, that we should have a 3-year gestation period, and we should have 10 years of exclusivity within our neighborhood so that it is our businesses that are able to open the dispensaries, the ancillary stores, retail stores that get the various licenses, whether that is distribution, et cetera, et cetera. We feel that we should have exclusive rights. Our area should be protected from exploitation by major multi-million-dollar cannabis funds. So I wanted to, I think that, you know, I've summarized it, what we're saying. We'd be happy to talk to you about this and flesh this through even further, but it's absolutely critical in order for us to realize, oh, and the other thing that I'd like to say is that oftentimes in the legislation there's, in murder, for example, they talk about giving preference to MWBEs. Well, we are well aware that, you know, there are efforts to improve procurement opportunities and actual contract dollars flowing to MWBEs, but we also realize that despite the fact that this was built upon our struggle, our civil rights struggle, our hard work, our tears, that other minorities are benefiting more from MWBE goals, and black people, unfortunately and pitifully, are at the absolute bottom of that small MWBE slice. So when you look at it, you have white women, you have Asian businesses, you have Hispanics, and black businesses are all the way at the bottom. It's untenable. It cannot continue. The focus has to be on equity applicants who come from these communities, the communities that are most harmed, and if that individual also happens to be a woman, or also happens to be black, or also happens to be Puerto Rican, or also happens to be Dominican, that's fine. Or also happens to be a veteran, that's fine. But it has to be based around communities most harmed and meeting the equity applicant definition. Otherwise, other people who weren't harmed, did not go to jail, did not go to prison, have not suffered any harm, will be able to come in and benefit and get access to capital, which they clearly have access to that we don't. They'll be able to benefit from this more. So that's why we're stressing how important this is for us to be able to benefit once and for all from some true economic development and economic justice initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Noah Potter.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm here at the end of a very long day, and I'm not going to take up any more than a minute or two. I just want to focus in on one point that I've mentioned to numerous people over the last few years of reviewing the legalization legislation that's been put forth, starting with the MRTA in 2013. People have spoken about the need for legal indoor consumption. The Mayor's Task Force clearly contemplates that there will be indoor consumption facilities. Specifically, as I read the language, contemplates indoor smoking, ingestion through combustion. The MRTA and the CRTA, the Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act, and the Cannabis Regulation and Taxation Act, both contemplate indoor consumption. Clearly critical. It doesn't make sense to do legalization in New York to some extent if you don't have that, obviously. But there is a very technical issue that I hope the council, working with the mayor and other city voices, will be able to communicate to the state that there's got to be an examination of the Clean Indoor Air Act as a state law that will preempt local laws to the contrary. If the state law makes the legal market subject to the CIAA without any kind of carve-out. As I read the state law, the preemption law, and the city law, you will in practice not be able to have indoor consumption unless those are vaporization facilities. And you then run into the same types of social issues. That it's part of the overall, conflicts, the social conflicts, in which you will be requiring the New York cannabis consuming population either to purchase vaporization equipment or to rent it at the facilities that may come into being. That's not the preferred route of ingestion of a large part of the population. So you'll end up creating a legal system that will be counterproductive. And I think that my sense is that what people have implicit in the testimony that's been given is you don't want to create a system, a legal market that does not. Your legal system should work with the existing market. It should not be designed in contrast, in conflict with the existing market, and expect the largest cannabis consuming market in the United States to defer to this new system. So you don't want to have a system in which the public is an ongoing conflict, violation of the new law, and then the public perception is that the law is a failure. So that the issue of state preemption of local law on the indoor smoking needs to be addressed. Either create a carve-out in the state law, say specifically that the system is not subject to the Clean Indoor Air Act, or have a carve-out in the state law to allow the local governments to regulate and to give more regulatory authority specifically on that point. The issue of preemption is major. It's a very problematic aspect of the schedule on which this effort is being conducted, but at one very narrow critical point, so that the idea of indoor consumption can work and we can avoid the issue of where a cannabis market is legalized, where people are continuing to smoke on the street, or they can't get into a public space and they continue a public shared space and they continue to consume in their apartments, et cetera. And you have problems within the building and neighbors. That one narrow focus, that narrow issue of having the whole indoor consumption system subject to the Clean Indoor Air Act needs to be addressed.
And just speak to NYCC on that. How do you deal with that if there's a federal?
So the NYCC thing is obviously far more complicated, and I think that the resolutions calling upon NYCC to make the possession, the disregarded offenses seems like a creative way of addressing it. I have had conversations with some NYCC people in the past about the dilemma that they're faced with, because they can have a safe space for tobacco, but they can't do that for cannabis. I can't offer, as I sit here, any recommendation regarding NYCC because that's its own being. I'm talking about simply for the general public. And if you're going to, if you have a zillion tourists who are going to come into New York, and you're going to have cannabis tourism coming into New York. You're going to have this phenomenal nightlife in New York, and the hospitality industry wants to get in on the action. But then you find out that you're jeopardizing your licensure because you're allowing on-site consumption through combustion, which is prohibited under the Clean Indoor Air Act, is functionally impossible. That's a potential debacle in the making. So NYCC is its own, I think, concern. I'm talking about probably a larger part of the market, because you're talking about the people coming over the bridge, through the bridges and tunnels, talking about people coming in from around the country, around the world, and the residents of the city. So I can't really offer anything more constructive on the NYCC situation.
Okay, thank you all for your testimony. I want to thank, all right, anybody else wish to testify? All right, seeing none. Okay, I just wanted to thank the individuals who really worked hard to get this hearing going, and this is the beginning of a conversation, but I'm happy we were able to inject ourselves into it, especially in lieu of the state starting to take some action. So I want to thank first my Public Safety Committee counsel, Dan Uadis, Casey Addison, Evan Singh. Thank all the other committees who participated today, Committee on Justice Systems, Consumer Affairs and Business Licensing Committee, and the Committee on Civil and Human Rights. And I want to thank everyone for their recommendations today and all the agencies that testified as well. All right, thank you. This hearing is now closed.